ginger everyone here, and our speakers are ready. They've read some novels. In fact, they've read so many, but they are going to have just 3 minutes to tell us what their take is on the particular novel, the theme, however they want to share it. So I'm going to call them in order of their numbers. Then they will come after every 3 minutes. They will share their take with us very briefly. We'll take it, and then we'll get into the real business for the day. Do you like the sound of that? Are you ready for the speakers? Do you want to put your hands together and show you're ready for them? Okay. So far, Accra is clapping more. Guys, do you want to clap better or something? Okay, I like that. Chemu, you are doing well. Accra girls, you're doing well. Akosomo International, me and you, we are from the same school, don't worry. We're fine. That was some good English. Me and you. Speaker number one, my take on, please, let's welcome to speaker number one.
Now, what I got from the book was that we should always choose to do what is right over what is easy. And I got this from a character called Mosi. He was a senior prefect in the city of Konjo. He left his post to follow Tracker, who was looking for a boy, and that boy turned out to be the rightful heir to the Konjo throne. So Mosi left his comfortable position as a prefect to follow Tracker, even though he knew the consequences involved. Thank you.
Jadida, are you done?
Yes.
So what's your take on the book?
So my take on what I learned from the book is that I should always do what is right over what is easy.
Okay. Let's welcome speaker number two. Round of applause. Mackenzie.
So Mackenzie, a BSc, and I also received Black Leopard, Red Wolf by Marlon James. And what stood out for me was a character, that was Tracker, the main character. So Tracker was a child who was abandoned by his parents and raised up by a wise old man who taught him how to see beyond the surface of things and listen to the world or the story that the world tells. He's a skilled hunter and he has a mixed heritage and strange abilities. But what is cool about Tracker was the way he tells his story. He uses a mix of African language with English that was poetic and raw. Tracker is not a typical hero. He makes mistakes and is hunted by his past. But he's a survivor who learned to rely on his abilities and skills. He's fiercely independent, and I think he does not allow anyone to define him or tell him how he should be. So through Tracker's story, the book explores theme of identity, culture, and history. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for a book or an epic fantasy or story that will make you think, then I think you should go for Black Panther, Red Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's welcome speaker number three. My take on.
My name is Fathia Dramani. I also received the novel Black Panther, Red Wolf, and it's a historical fictional novel by Marlon James from Jamaica. The book was written in the first person narrative. So what I got from the book is that there was a part that Tracker said that when we are being called upon, we know we are going to meet evil, murder, beating, wounding, and deceiving. But then we think monsters are the ones with claws. So what I learned from it is that the monsters are not those that we think have claws, the hideous beings that we fear, but monsters may be those we find ourselves with. After all, it's not, after all, we are only betrayed by our friends and not our enemies. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, speaker number 3. Shall we welcome speaker number 4 with a hand of applause?
Oh my god, I took this is weird. Oh my god.
I feel bad.
My name is Clenum D'Souza, and the novel I was given was A Man Who Is Not a Man by Thando Nkosazana. I think that's it.
Okay, so it talks about the story of a boy called Nkile who used to do drugs, armed robbery, all sorts of things, and then was arrested. Now his mother came all the way
From Eastern Cape and sent him back to the village to correct him. Now as he got there, he met a lady and then he fell in love, and then he made a first start by focusing on his education with other things. Now, when the time came for him to enter into manhood, he had a botched circumcision. It was failed. So now he had to decide whether to go to the hospital to seek medical attention or to still follow with the norms of his society and risk dying. This story, in my opinion, it focuses on a lot of social problems in the society today. We have criticism. Now, because of what had happened to him, he couldn't voice out himself due to being criticized by the society. He also talks about people making assumptions, how people make assumptions today. Now, a lot of people, when they heard about him going to the hospital, they assumed that, oh, he was just fragile, but that actually wasn't the case. They didn't know the exact story behind why his circumcision failed. And that's my take on this story. You know.
Speaker number 5, please.
My name is Mercy Bachman, and the book I received was titled What's Mine and Yours. It was written by an American author called Neymar Costa. It consists of 2 families, which is the Gibsons and the Ventura, which these 2 families were determined to give anything out just to bring their family united. They also raised identity and then disintegration. By the end, they became together due to their persistence and determination to bring all their families together. Noelle was a character who got me. No matter how much he loved her husband, Nelson, she should give out everything just for happiness. So we should all give out everything just for happiness. Thank you.
My name is Ejariwa Mensah Bonsu, and the novel I received is Becoming. Becoming is an autobiography of the former First Lady of the United States of America, Michelle Obama. Becoming talks about her early life, her education, her family life with Barack Obama, and her stay in the White House. What I learned from her story is that becoming is a journey, and we are all a work in progress. And becoming is a journey that has no final destination. Therefore, in life, I have to aspire to become more and more of myself. And again, she stuck to the values her parents gave her before she became Michelle Obama. So I also learned that whatever support that my parents are providing for me today, I should stick to them because they will help me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her one more time.
Should I stand up?
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our speakers, our judges. Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Young Debaters. Please give yourselves a round of applause for showing up today to witness a historic moment. So the Young Debaters is the Ghanaian version of the International Public Speaking Competition. We've been doing this since 2010, and my name is Caleb Kuda. I was blessed enough to be the 2011 national champion, and I represented Ghana in the UK in 2011. It's good to see you all again in 2023. We are looking forward to producing a national champion who will be representing us in the UK for this contest. Who is it going to be? Okay. Which school is winning this year? I cannot hear you. Which school is winning this year? So for the Young Debaters, it's not your very typical debate. This is a public speaking contest where you have a general theme and each speaker gets to speak to a specific topic of their choice, but that topic must fit into the running theme. And so for my year 2011, the theme was words are not enough, and my topic was economic freedom. This year, the theme is relations between nations are too important to be left to governments alone. As you know, each speaker will have 5 minutes to present their topic. After they are done, there will be questions posed to them by the judges, and overall, we'll get to know who will win. So what are the prizes? Let me run that by you shortly. The ultimate winner would win for himself or herself a return trip to London, UK, to participate in the 2023 edition of the International Public Speaking Competition. Again, which school will be winning this time? We'll find out later. With a 300 pound per diem and then an engraved plaque, that will be the award for the ultimate winner. If you're the first runner-up this year, you win a cultural exchange from home. That's a virtual exchange program with an engraved plaque. The second runner-up, you get an AFS intercultural program. Again, that's virtual. And then an engraved plaque. All finalists will receive novels and certificates of recognition, and winners' school will receive a citation as well. Many thanks to all our sponsors for making this possible, and we will be acknowledging them in due time. In the meantime, let me introduce to you our judges for today. So, in no particular order, we have Roma Puni. Now, let me give you her quick profile. Roma currently runs an events and vacation company, Zenzi PCL, and consults for Rec Train Services Limited. She holds a Master of Business Administration degree in marketing, as well as a diploma in communications, advertising, and marketing, and event planning. Roma worked in the marketing communication space for about 20 years with agencies including Lowy, Lintas, Young & Young, Creative Eye, and Originate. She worked with international and local companies such as Millicom Ghana Limited, Cowbank, Unilever Ghana, Africa Online, MultiChoice Ghana Limited, among others. Now, during her leisure, Roma utilizes her experience and skills with charity organizations such as Rotary International, ME Foundation, Lifeline for Childhood Cancer, and Young Educators Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge, Roma Puni. And then also, we have Michael Oti Eje. He's a media professional. He has worked extensively across the media value chain as a newspaper columnist, sports reporter, producer, editor, and broadcaster, digital media executive, and he is currently the general manager of Media General, where he oversees news production at TV3 and other platforms as executive producer. He previously held the role of General Manager Digital in the same organization, and he has written extensively for multiple international platforms, including the BBC, ESPN, among a host of others. Audience, our judge, Michael Otieje. You're welcome. Fantastic. So then we have Angela Duho. She is Programs Manager at MEST Africa. She's a seasoned professional with a diverse range of experience across multiple industries. With a career spanning over 15 years, she has honed her skills in project management, operations management, strategic planning, and business development. She's known for her passion for entrepreneurship and her commitment to empowering others to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, Angela Duho, our judge. Great. Adam or Brian? It's Brian. Okay. So our next judge shares the same name with our Minister of Agric. He's Brian Acheampong. But he's not the minister yet. He will be very soon. Yes. In the meantime, he's the TYD 2016 champion. Please put your hands together for him. He's the founder and CEO at Green Hooper. Its flagship program, Fita Autotech, is pioneering the first digital subscription-based models for vehicle owners, auto insurance firms, company fleets, and families across Africa using machine learning and a vetted and robust ecosystem of value chain technicians, as well as access to affordable credit options to make auto services as widely accessible and sustainable as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, our 2016 champion and judge for today, Brian Acheampong. Great. So the contest is about to begin. Are you ready? Yes. Things are falling apart, but the center will hold. The contest is about to begin. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. So when the contest begins, just some housekeeping rules. We will not be allowed to walk around and about a lot. That can be very distracting to even very professional speakers. We don't want to subject our potential winners to losing out simply because you stood up and walked around. He or she won't forgive you. So please, for the next couple of minutes, no walking around. Is that okay? And then we'll put our phones on silent. Is that too much to ask for? Not at all. Okay. And then we'll wait till they are done before we clap. Is that okay? As much as possible, when they finish talking, make the applause louder. It may influence the judges. You never know, you know. No, it will make them feel good, that I can assure you. So our speakers have 5 minutes each to present their speeches. The theme for the year, again, is relations between nations are too important to be left to governments alone. And like I said early on, each speaker will have his own topic to speak to. Friends, are you ready? Are you ready for speaker number one? Now, I want a better vibe than this one. Are you ready for speaker number one? Put your hands together. I introduce to you speaker number one, ladies and gentlemen. In 5 minutes.
My name is Jadida Irene Komla. I am here to present the speech on the topic, Breaking Bounds. When I was a little girl, Ghana was the whole world to me. I did not know there were other countries outside Ghana, and you could imagine my surprise when I got to know that we were not alone. I was intrigued, and I wanted to know more about these other countries. However, as I grew up, I got to know that the world was not just made up of countries, it was made up of nations with diverse cultures. The cultural diversity of the world is acting as a sort of barrier that is preventing us from being a united community. I noticed how government tried and is still trying to reach out to other nations. I also noticed how some countries, despite their cultural differences, had some things in common with us in aspects such as language, music, food, art, among other things. I believe government is doing a lot to integrate all nations into a single global community. Progress is being made, however, it is at a slow pace. Society must come together to aid government in this quest. Now, I believe most of us might have heard of the story of the fall of Babel. If you haven't, allow me to enlighten you. Now, according to the book of Genesis, chapter 11, verse 4 to 7, Babel was a great city with a common language until the Lord caused confusion amongst them by changing their languages. This caused disruption amongst them, and they were unable to continue building their tower, which was their main aim. They were unable to continue building their tower, which was their main aim. This shows how language barriers act as a sort of hindrance for societies to gain progress or to make progress. For example, here in Ghana alone, we have about 50 spoken languages, with Twi being the most popular. Because of this, it is used as a common medium of communication by most citizens in the country. Again, the immediate neighbors of Ghana, which are Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, and Burkina Faso, are all Francophone countries. I think this is one of the reasons government tried to make French compulsory in Ghanaian schools where there are French teachers. Government is doing a lot to facilitate progress in the country. It is up to us, the individuals or the society, to do our bit to help the government. Again, intercultural marriage is another way by which citizens can reach out to the world. In most cultures, marriage is not just a union between a man and a woman. It is a union between the family of a man and the family of a woman. Now let us transcend beyond the boundaries of a single community. What do you think would happen if people from different nations were to come together in a legal union? I believe it would not only merge the people together, but it would also merge their nations together. We have been given the platform, which is social media. All we have to do is to go out of our comfort zones and reach out to the world. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, as I stated early on, I strongly believe the government is doing a lot to reach out and connect with other nations. All that we have to do is to reach out and connect with other nations in our own little way. It will go a long way to progress the society. Let us break bounds. Let us go out of our comfort zones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number one, Jedida Komla, speaking on breaking bounds. We'll take some questions for Jedida from our judges. Just to also let you know that we are streaming this event live on Facebook and YouTube, so you can visit YouTube, Facebook, and share this with your networks. Share the link.
Thank you.
The young debaters.
Thank you for that lovely speech. Tu parles bon français? Tu parles français? You mentioned that we are bordered by French-speaking countries and the government is making an effort for us to speak French in our schools. How come we don't speak French?
Colonized by the British. That's why our lingua franca is English and not French.
Yeah, thank you very much for the speech. I was just wondering about the Babylon reference, right, which was really good. But that was also to divide the city, right? The Babylon, with everyone speaking different languages, it was to divide the city. So how do you pull that as an example towards how it can help us better connect?
To have a common language or to speak the same language, but at least if we have like a common medium of communication, it would help us to progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions for Jadida? Otherwise, thank you so much, Jadida. Round of applause for Jadida breaking down. Good to give our judges a few minutes to a minute actually to put their observations together, and then we'll have speaker number 2 who is representing Chemu Senior High School, and he will be speaking on the topic building bridges. Building bridges. By the way, our final speaker has joined us as well, Adam Letha. You're welcome. Good to have you. Adam is a lawyer. He's qualified to practice both in Ghana and England and Wales. And to also let you know that he's a former champion of the TYD. He's a 2013 runner-up. You're most welcome. Good to have you. So on the call of our judges, we'll invite our next speaker. While we get ready for that, it bears repeating that today's event we are sharing with the rest of the world. We're streaming live on YouTube and Facebook, so check our handles out, The Young Debaters, and do well to share. Share what? Yeah. Share the link. Great. So if our judges are ready on their call, we should keep sharing the link. Please keep resharing the shared link. It's very important. We need the world to get to know who wins today. Then again, as I've been asking you, which school is going for the ultimate today? Okay, this side is very vibrant. Let me find out from this side. Which school is winning today's contest? Okay, I'm hearing Kumasi boys. Is that what I'm saying? I hear a lot of Kumasi boys. Do we have Kumasi boys here?
I'm relieved.
So which school is winning today? Whichever speaker is winning, is it male or female? Oh, the girls are winning. Are the boys winning today? Okay, we don't care whether it's boy or girl. If a boy wins, it's likely to be a car girl. All right. So again, the theme for today is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will confess, I'm a tourist. And right there among the audience, my bag is there. But don't move yet. I am only here to blow your mind. Ladies and gentlemen, there is so much deception that we face. There is so much deception that we've grown up with. And it's all coming from the media. I find the owners of BBC, Hollywood, and BET
I can't take it anymore.
the most powerful people in the world.
Ladies and
rather
gentlemen,
than those who have the money.
confess, I'm a terrorist.
Why? Because they have the power.
And right there among the audience,
We
my
sit
bag
in our
is
rooms
there. But don't move
and
yet.
classify movies as part
I'm
of
only
entertainment.
here to blow your mind.
But we don't know that we only eat from that
Ladies and
plate
gentlemen,
of deception.
there is so much deception that we face.
You see,
There is so much
I'll do
deception
it.
that we've grown up with. and it's all coming from the media. I find the owners of BBC, Hollywood, and BET the most powerful people in the world, rather than those who have the money. Why? Because they have the power. We sit in our rooms and classify movies as part of entertainment. But we don't know that we only eat from that plate of deception. You see, I'll do a confession. I'll make a confession right now. Growing up, I see senior students going into the universities, in University of Ghana, KNUST, and coming out, graduating and coming into the world out there. But I still see them in their houses. And why? Because I think that maybe they didn't get employment, not because they didn't have a first class, but because maybe the education that they had in their universities was not quite good. And so I told myself that growing up, I'm never going to school in Ghana. I don't want to end up like those people with dreams which are remaining dreams. And so I was going to school outside. And I think that is what we have all been asked to know. We have all been taught to know. To school outside is giving you a better opportunity in gaining employment. And so, what is the world's most powerful country? I need you to talk to me. The United States. But did they ever mention to you? They tell you that they are the best example of democracy. And so you watch their movies and you see it, that we have nice cities. Do you know the United States has places that are quite dirty? No. They give you what they want you to see. And so we have that feeling that we want to move outside and live in the American dream, live in the African dream behind. Are you not ashamed of yourself? We want to go outside there and live there having the money. Oh yes, the rate between the dollar and the cedi is quite different. The dollar is higher than the cedi. And so when I go there, oh, I'm just going for a tour. I'm just going to roam about, go and see the White House, and I'll be back. But then when we go, we are never coming back. Because what we've been taught to know is that they are the best example of democracy. But do you know that they are the same people who killed our people, the people who are going to make Africa the best place that we could be in, the United States of Africa.
Thank you.
It's still a deception, a dream that the United States have taken from us.
Thank you very much, speaker number one. One of our old alumni will play back something to remind you of how far we've come and to also help you relax, right? So speaker number two for today is Mackenzie, and he is from Chemu Senior High School. He's speaking on building bridges. Speaker number two, ladies and gentlemen. In 5 minutes, he will build bridges.
I was surrounded with the vibrant living of our highlight music and the intricate beadwork of a traditional dress. I remember the excitement of getting dressed up in my Kenze cloth for a special occasion, and the sense of pride I felt, knowing that these beautiful garments are not just fashion statements, but also a symbol of our rich cultural heritage. African heritage has always placed significant importance on art as a means of storytelling, communication, and cultural expression, including music, dance, and other forms of art that foster social unity and the sense of identity. However, African art isn't only about custom, culture, or even tradition. Our artists, musicians, and designers have made a very indelible mark on the global stage. For instance, the props and costume of the Black Panther movie were designed by a team of talented artists, including an Ethiopian-American designer, John Motariku. John Motariku has 5 Afro-futurists there in the latest Black Panther film. What is this doing? This showcases our artistic ingenuity and demonstrates how African art can transcend cultural barriers and bring us together. Talking about movies, let's look at The Woman King, which starred the South African actress Thozo Mbedu. The movie tells the story of Benin to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember our brother Abraham Atta, who was discovered by Idris Elba? Abraham Atta is now flying the flag of Ghana so high, to an extent that he won the Marcelo Mastroianni Award for Best Young Actor of the Year at the 72nd Venice International Film Festival from the movie Beast of No Nation. So of course, you can bear with me. that with African acts, we can build bridges, a lot of them. In the world of music, our musicians have also made waves on the international stage. Let's look at Burna Boy. Burna Boy is a Nigerian Afrofusion artist who performed to a sold-out crowd at the Madison Square Garden. He performed the song he had with our very own Black Sherif, Second Sermon, the remix. Black Sherif's Second Sermon even went viral on social media platforms such as TikTok, with challenges, a lot of challenges. Let's look at Kof, this recent banger by Kizz Daniel. Kizz Daniel is also an Afrofusion artist, but to create a catchy beat and the memorable song, he placed in an Akan phrase, Odoyo, in our local parlance, which means sweetheart for my love. And because of the inclusion of the Odoyo, likely resonated with Ghanaian audience to have stronger connection with the song and its message. Kizz Daniel's decision to use Odoyo in the song may have brought people from Nigeria and Ghana together. This is strengthening our relationship, or this is strengthening the relationship between the two countries, the two of us. But seriously, I know you have this one African song that we secretly dance to when nobody is watching. Yes, admit it. We have this one guilty pleasure song that makes us want to shake what Mama gave us. The power of art in building bridges is indisputable. Our artists, designers, and musicians have made indelible mark, and they are demonstrating the potential of art in strengthening international cooperation and understanding. But ladies and gentlemen, I have a message for you that goes beyond this competition. As Africans, it is time that we recognize the importance and value of the things we possess rather than undervaluing it, such as our music. Now we can conduct a survey here right now, where each youth, yes, especially the youth here, everybody, but especially the youth, I know we are all victims to that. If each person is asked to name their top 5 favorite or best musicians in the world, not in Africa, we'll likely hear names like Beyonce, Rihanna, Lil Wayne, Drake, among the others, who are undervaluing our African artists. Why are we doing this? Do you think the Americans, they stream our music? They don't. And do you think we even hear their music and like them? They don't make it popular through streaming? Not at all. As Africans, it is time that we put importance and we recognize and we embrace the things we possess rather than undervaluing it. And I believe that when we come together as Africans, we can develop our continent and stay on our continent rather than going elsewhere, going to foreign countries to seek for greener pastures. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We come to our judges for questions, and yes, Michael and TJ will go for this one.
Thank you.
That was a good delivery. I'm going to take you on something you said, though. Now, in the final paragraph of your well-delivered speech, you suggested that too many of us on the continent don't take our music seriously enough and that we don't consume it seriously enough. But you've also given multiple examples in your speech about Kizz Daniel. You spoke about Burna Boy selling to sold-out crowds in Madison Square. And I'm a big Burna Boy fan, so I know most of these concerts are populated and dominated by young Africans. So I'm just wondering exactly the point that you're trying to make, because there seems to be a disparity in some of your own examples and then the conclusion that you drew in the final paragraph. So I'm asking you, what led you to the conclusion that too many young Africans are not consuming music from the continent? You said that we are likely to pick a Beyonce over a Burna Boy, but you've given examples that clearly defeats that argument.
It's not the only African musicians. Yes, it's not the only African musician we have. We have a lot of them. We have these local ones. We ask ourselves, why don't we support them? Why don't we listen to their music and tend to like the music of the Americans? And I think it's because Black Sherif and those making the mark on the global stage has the message in their song that resonates with audience around the world. We have local musicians, but I don't think some of them, musicians have the role to play in this thing. They have to they have to get a catchy beat and memorable song. But the Americans, they use relatable issues and messages in their song. That's why it gets, it gets more stream than the Africans' songs.
All right. So I also really enjoyed the delivery of your speech. I think it was really eloquent and you had a really good pace as well. There were just some points made that I want to understand the factual basis of. Like in the last paragraph, you stated that Americans do not stream African music, our music, right? But we also know just about a year or so ago, Burna Boy won a Grammy. Tems recently also just won for writing a song for Black Panther, which you referenced, showing that there's a lot of globalization when it comes to moving our music abroad, which also means a bigger audience and more successful African artists like Black Sharif. So I want to understand just how you conclude if international organizations are awarding African musicians that they are not necessarily supporting them.
How we stream their music and how they stream our music. They get a lot of streaming from Africa. We also contribute to their streaming list more than what we do for our African musicians. They do stream our songs, but not like the way they stream theirs. Yes.
Okay, so you want Americans and foreign countries to stream other music more than they stream their own music?
So what they do for Americans to their very own, because it's part of our identity. So we have to embrace the things we possess.
All right.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Yes.
Yes. I'm just going to build on Michael's point. How best do you think we can promote our art and music as best as the Americans do? I know you pointed one or two instances in your answering of the question, but what more can we do to promote our art and music?
So yes, just the support. Someone who is listening to the song is taking out of the song. That also counts. So without the message, I thought you can hear a song that doesn't make sense. Just beat nonsense. Just that it doesn't push you to even go further to listen again. So I think we streaming their music to support them, they also have to do their part in bringing out the best music.
Hi, Mackenzie. Very, very interesting topic. The examples that you gave were obviously driven by individual artists. So you mentioned Burna Boy, etc. But my question for you is that what role do you think government has to play in the promotion of a culture from one country to the rest of the world? Because your topic seems to be about building bridges. Is there any role that you think the government has in terms of promoting the arts and culture?
There's royalty, yes, royalties. But yes, with some interviews I've watched, some musicians, even Sister Ifya recently said on Tea With You New Day, that she has never received any royalty from the government. So I think the government should push them, should encourage them, should recognize them, should create shows, concerts that will put them on. For example, the Global Citizen Concert that took place in Ghana last year. It was an opportunity for African artists to showcase their talent on the global stage. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we discharge speaker number 2?
Thank you. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2.
I guess that was the longest bridge, man. You didn't know to do such a long bridge. Round of applause, speaker number 2. Okay. So, we're going to take another quick video from our previous guest while our judges put their scores together. Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your eyeballs on the screen. Enjoy.
Before I start on my topic to you all, okay, so before I start on my topic, being young is overrated, I'd like to define, first of all, what being young, the word young is. According to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, young refers to a state of being a youth. Now, let's say I put on a television. Chances are I'll see a commercial of, say, a product for fashion or for keeping me young or keeping my skin looking beautiful or glowing. These days, more women or a lot of people are more interested in keeping themselves young. And you ask yourself why. Being a youth, that's when our hormones are working. That's when they function more. And as a result, we tend to develop physically and emotionally, mentally, and psychologically. It's at this stage that we make decisions that affect us, whether they seem to be major or minor. The state of being a youth affects us a lot in that at this stage, we don't have responsibilities, we are in school, our parents are taking care of us, so we are more or less free. We are entitled to everything, actually everything we want. We can travel, we can do whatever we want to do without having anyone preventing us from doing whatever we're doing, whatever we want to do, except maybe our parents. So at this stage, the decisions we make tend to affect us, sometimes even more than we think. And the decisions we make at this stage are more or less permanent. They have permanent consequences on our lives. People prioritize the stage of being young because sometimes when you fail or make a mistake at this stage, these mistakes are more or less irreversible. Let's say I go for a party. My parents tell me not to go. And I run away from the house and I go. And some way, somehow, I end up having sex with someone and I get pregnant. There's nothing I can do about that unless maybe, say, I decide to have an abortion, and that might have gross consequences on my life. So I'll be saddled with a child for like the rest of my life, something I didn't even plan to do, something that will hinder my chances of maybe continuing school. But what people fail to realize is that at this stage, even if you do make a mistake, you can still change things. You can still turn things around. One of the speakers earlier on spoke about Kenneth Cole, the man who founded KFC. At age 65, he thought he had failed. He thought he was nothing. He thought he was worthless. And that was even when he was way past his youth. But then he went on to achieve his dreams. He founded KFC, the KFC chicken we all enjoy today. Maybe the state of being a youth is overrated. In a lot of ways it is. But the fact that we make mistakes then, at that age, doesn't mean we can't change things. Doesn't mean we don't have a chance to turn things around. Thank you.
Get any response? Are we ready for speaker number 3? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking on the topic, Aspire to Become, representing Accra Girls High School, ladies and gentlemen, Fathia Dramani.
Somewhere in December last year, a friend described an incident that happened. It was at home where smoke from a man's cigarette caused the people around him to cough. My friend claimed the man is a Nigerian who had come to stay next door. Why would
I bother to think about this? Healthcare as the activity of providing medical services and safety to people led me in that direction, in the sense that we as individuals may not render medical services to people, but we are responsible for their safety. The government do put out measures, build facilities, and collaborate with other health organizations to improve healthcare. But then I stop to ask, is that all there is? That everything related to healthcare must be one-sided? I do not think so. I know someone might ask, what role do I have to play? I am here to tell you, you have a bigger role. About the man I had earlier spoken of, why do you think, as a foreigner, he did what he did? My theory is that probably in the community he found himself, smoking is normal. Let me cite an example. Assuming I move to a place where people there engage in smoking, drinking, and all manner of activities, the subconscious thought that comes to mind is, oh, I don't need to worry about anyone. After all, we are all the same. But then I forget that passive smoking is dangerous. Even to the one who smokes, the after effect may not come anytime soon, but passive smoking deals a greater blow. Lifestyle is crucial, such that the lifestyle of people in a particular society may influence someone to walk in the same light. So I ask, do you think this man could smoke in a community that uphills its moral ethics? A community that frowns on such activities? I think we all know the answer. The governments can educate us all they want, but in the end, it is the individuals who decide to listen or ignore the ones. This is because I once saw a man holding a cigarette box that said, smoking causes fatal lung cancer, and yet he was smoking. My friend explained that she wanted to become a community health worker to educate people on health behaviors. The glaring fact from her ambition is that individuals can take up roles to become social workers, health promoters, educators, and many more. Even parents, teachers, friends, and families can promote well-being. Parents can help their children make healthy choices. And as teenagers, we can encourage ourselves to engage in physical activities. Globally, we can contribute by creating blogs on social media, because I believe social media is a medium that connects people from around the globe and a means to put our thoughts out there. Also, I admit that it is unfair to hold individuals entirely responsible for their health, since diseases and disabilities may result from genetic and environmental factors. Although individuals have a role to play to maintain healthcare, they cannot be entirely held responsible, because I believe two heads are better than one. While individuals have what it takes to care for themselves, they sometimes lack the ability to promote healthcare at a higher level. Government action is required. Now, when COVID-19 took over our lives, the government put out measures such as social distancing, mandatory wearing of nose masks, effective screening and handling of suspected cases at airports, and many more. But then again, the government alone could not solve the issue, which led to the collaborations of many health organizations and individuals. Through the COVAX facility, Ghana became the recipient of the first shipment of the COVAX vaccine. The point I am trying to make is that the government do take charge in healthcare, and that without them, most of us would not be enjoying some of the benefits we are enjoying today, such as the insurance policy. However, I stand firmly that individual actions do play a role in the health affairs of the nation. We must not forget that it is individuals who have opinions on things concerning them that the government may not see. It is individuals who perceive the dangers. However, I fear many do not know of the power they hold, but it is my wish that they realize this and take up roles to care for themselves and the people they interact with globally and nationally. We must aspire to become contributors of good health for a sense of evenness to transpire, where we also have a say in the health affairs of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fathia Dramani, Accra Girls. Aspire. We'll come to the judges for questions. Okay. Mike is on the floor.
I don't know whether Mike is coming. Fatia, well done. I saw you rehearse when I came in. I disturbed your flow a bit. So I hope I don't disturb with this one. The central theme of your message seems to be that individuals are as responsible for their well-being as governments are. Now, I'm just wondering how that central theme of your message fits into the overall theme of the debate, which says relations between nations are too important to be left to governments alone. How does your central theme fit into this notion that relations between nations should not be left to governments alone?
So, like I said, individuals may not render medical services to people, but
they are responsible for each other's safety. Now we know that day in, day out, we interact with people, and that when we meet them, some of the things we do may put their health in danger. An example is maybe I go to the market where someone is burning bushes or anything at all. The person forgets that the smoke coming from the burning of the bushes is causing, is causing harm to the health of the people around. And we meet people from the people around us, I mean those of us that live in the same country and outside the country. So I think that in that interaction, if we put it in our mind to put their safety first, based on our actions, then it will strengthen the relation we have with other nations.
Do you have any more questions for speaker number 3?
I'm not sure I really understand how your topic and example you just gave relates to the theme, right? Relations is countries. So how does your example of healthcare take each other's health and we concern each other's safety and relate to the people, relationships between nations, equivalent to this government, and not nationality, not national people in one country, but different nations, different countries?
I said earlier that individuals can take on it. So there is someone in
Ghana named Joyce Jijo-Mensah. She is the former HIV/AIDS ambassador of Ghana who sought to help persons with HIV. So as an individual, she has taken it upon herself to help persons with HIV and is constantly interacting with people from the nation and outside. Another example could be Ida Mukuka from Zambia, who is an HIV/AIDS activist who travels sub-Saharan Africa counseling persons with HIV/AIDS. So the point I'm trying to make is that if individuals take up roles, they can educate people not just here, but people from outside as well, and strengthen the relation.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Do we have any more questions? We are good. Thank you so much, speaker number 3. We'll take a quick video and then I'll let you know. We'll invite someone to speak to us really briefly. But just to let you know that we are privileged to have the presence of Grandmaster Godwin Afrenoko in our midst tonight. Communications Parliament of Ghana, Miss Kate Addo. She's right here with us. Thank you so much. And then we have the spokesperson for former President John Dramani Mahama, Madam Joyce Bawa Muktagri. She's right here with us. Thank you so much. In a short while, each of them will take turns to address us really briefly. But let me crave your indulgence and ask you to feast your eyes on the screens as we take.
Once upon a time, I was traveling with my mother to visit my brother in the Central region. Then I met a real gory sight. A man encountered an accident. He was dying and time was ticking. Being as frightened as I was, I told my mommy, "Mommy, don't get out of the car because anything could happen to her." And she told me, "Jasmine, I have a duty to perform. If I don't do this, my conscience wouldn't serve me right." She got down, and by then people were trying to take the man out of this car. We started phoning the police. Trust me, 3 police cars came to pass by. We called, none of them stopped. Then a man got out of his private car, dressed in a suit and a white shirt, came to pick this man up and place him in his car. Then tears started trickling down the cheeks of people. He didn't care if he was wearing a white shirt. What he cared about was the man's life. Then I asked myself, is it that these policemen didn't see this man dying? No. The answer is simple. They just didn't care. My greatest fear isn't the one day dragons will reappear and pop out fire. My greatest fear isn't the one day we'll all wake up and there will be no tree. My greatest fear is that human apathy will bring this world into a premature end even before these things come. Let's just take streetism for example. We see these street children, just as our age, they should be in school studying, but just because they are not our brothers, they are not our sisters, we do not care. Even if they ask us for 1 cedi to buy porridge, we say, why should I give my money to a street child? After all, they are thieves, etc. Take sanitation for example. Come to Teman, Ashiaman. People defecate in the open, rubbish all over. We pass by and we say the place stinks. But then nobody actually cares. Just because I do not live there, just because I live in Trasacco, I do not care about what happens to these people. When we know that a drop of litter today will go a long way to cause a flood in the northern region, we would think about what we do today because we know that we are each other's keeper. When we know that the uprooting of a tree today will cause a hurricane in USA tomorrow, we would think twice about what we do today. I believe that the best quality humans need today is selflessness. Selflessness will cause you, will move you to think about your fellow man. When you're about to do something, you actually think twice about it. You will actually think twice about it. Happiness in life isn't achieved by having the best cars. It isn't achieved by being rich. It is achieved by putting a smile on a person's face. It is achieved by patting the back of somebody, pulling somebody who just needs one encouraging word. When selflessness is achieved, this world will be a better place. Trust me, because some people just need a pat on the back to come out. Terrorism will be on its descendancy. And then we can all say, and we can all go to bed one day, sleeping and knowing that there shall be no thieves because we are each other's keeper.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. I don't get it. He likes to shout. He's shouting. He's shouting. Okay, so we have the spokesperson for the former President John Dramani Mahama, and he's also the aspirant or flag bearer hopeful for the NDC, hoping to come back to govern Ghana again. Spokesperson, Madam Joyce Bawa Muktagri, please put your hands together. Let us welcome her with a mighty round of applause. Forgive us, we don't have a podium. We are trained to speak extempore. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very, very much. A very, very good morning to all of you. I am actually feeling very humble because some of the individuals that I took great inspiration from are also seated here with us this morning. Mr. Venobo, you all know, needs no introduction. Auntie Kate herself. As broadcasters, we all spend time following her, listening to her, watching her. And one thing I loved about her is her attitude to work. And so this morning I asked her, how come you're here so early? Especially knowing that you left work very, very late. She said, I had to be here because Auntie Eugenia asked me to be here. I think that is also one of the things that you need to learn as young debaters, to show up when you are asked to. That also shows a certain understanding and appreciation. Look, you guys are very lucky. Imagine that those days as young debaters, we had a screen like this to take us back to the competition, to watch ourselves all over, correct the things that you probably didn't say too well, learn about body language, how to communicate without moving your body like some of the people we saw on the screen were actually doing little things like that. Most of us were not this lucky. Certainly not with this level of advancement in technology. But please, let me say a very thank you to Madame Eugenia for what she's doing with you young people, the young debaters, the spelling bee competition, the science fair. These are things that I believe actually serve as great interventions for all of you, not just for you young people, even for adults like us, because we have children too who are coming up, and it's a great way for all of us to learn. So it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. And I think that having watched 3 of your colleagues speak, there's very little that I want to add. I think that each one of them actually spoke to my heart. And I remember years ago when my class 1 teacher told me a story about what I said to her when she asked why my school bag had 2 buckles on it and why I never left the school bag near the dogs. And then she said to me, it was the first time I knew that a 5-year-old could argue and argue successfully, because she never forgot the response I gave her. The dogs cannot take off the buckles. So it's great to learn to argue your point logically, reasonably, and the best part is to also not show off about it. You know, some people debate with enormous energy. Some are very aggressive. It depends on your style. Everybody will have a certain style. I am naturally very soft-spoken. And so sometimes I might even have to struggle to raise my voice. But I remember years ago, when all these debating clubs started, I just loved to be around the debating clubs. I don't know why. There was just something about those clubs. And you find also students in the common room making all sorts of noises and all sorts of arguments, discussing a whole range of issues. Funny enough, it is still the same issues that you are discussing. I'm sure when I listened to the judge ask one of the questions, I could tell she struggled to respond as she should have. And I'm sure maybe later on she'll think about it. The answer is okay, but I'm sure she just had to put her thoughts together and it would have been a close to perfect response. So standing on your feet, having to think at the same time, speak at the same time, and to sound logical and reasonable is not very easy. I think that is what an incubation like this one does for young people, teaches you how to prepare. You know, I think basically that debates are great for us, no matter what professional level you want to attain. Even if you wanted to be an entrepreneur, you wanted to trade, for example. These days, I love the fact that many people have to pitch for business support. There's a young mentee of mine who is into agribusiness and recently had to go and make a pitch for Absa Bank because she needed money to start this small startup. And I told her, having interacted with you for all these months, I have no doubt in my mind that you'll be successful. So when she called a few weeks ago and said, Auntie Joyce, I made it, I thought, of course, I knew you'd make it. Sometimes I can meet someone on Monday morning, and depending on the sort of pitch they make for me, I can tell this is someone who will go places. Just her whole approach, how she even approached me after a meeting of sorts, followed me all the way to my car and told me who she was and what she wanted to do and why. And then there's a connection I make very, very easily too. Some schools build that into the students. So sometimes I can even tell that she's an old girl of this school or that school, etc. And I've never been wrong. So when you come to a group such as this, it tells you one thing. You share ideas, you learn from one another, you build a certain level of interaction, you meet people from different schools, even some adults that you probably will ever see on television or read about. The best part is that this is a great opportunity for you, and please never take it for granted. You know, I follow the science and math quiz in particular because I'm not very scientific. I enjoy seeing girls excel, especially in science and math. And I think that thing has raised enormous confidence in many young people who otherwise did not even know that they possess such gifts. To sit on that screen in front of the whole of this country, cheering you on, to perform as they do, can only be out of the fact that there are people who prepare them, who train them, and of course there are students who are willing to learn. Debates are great because you also come from different environments. You pick up different habits from each other. You travel together sometimes. It's a great way to interact and share ideas. You know, we were very lucky growing up Both of our parents were teachers. So our home was actually a hotbed for all sorts of arguments, irrespective. And my mother had 7 of us to deal with, 5 girls and a brother. So you can just imagine. And in the beginning, we didn't live in a very big house. So everybody had to learn to cope with one person and everybody's little idiosyncrasies. And we're all not necessarily the same. We didn't even have the same habits or strengths for that matter. But the best part is that we all learned reasonably to cope with one another. And I think there's one thing that has served us very well. Even at this age, my very best friends any day are my siblings. And I still learn from them even now. So I think we should take these opportunities very, very seriously. One is because it opens all sorts of avenues for you. You know, there's nothing like walking into a room to grant an interview, to be interviewed, and then you are able to speak in a way that convinces whoever is interviewing you that this is the right person for this opportunity. Sometimes they give you just 3 minutes. Tell me about yourself. You find other people struggling. Some will do it so quickly and effectively. There's a way you have to learn to market yourself. And sometimes in the first 3 minutes, people can tell what you're made of. And watching these young people here today tells me that we have a great future as a country. There's so much to learn from you as well. Please take it very seriously. But you see, you can't be an effective debater if you don't have knowledge. And you can only have knowledge if you do what? If you read, if you learn. And you should have knowledge. You know, I tell people all the time, a lot of people have an education, but they don't have knowledge. There's a difference. You can have so many certificates, and when you speak, people wonder. You can even be a professor, and you sometimes fail to make sense. Knowledge is the key, not so much the qualifications and the certificates. Certificates are good, they are great, but you should be able to at least show that these are the certificates you possess and speak to them in a way that is convincing to people who are listening to you. You know, I find that people in our society in particular, it's a cultural thing. We are taught not to speak back, not to reply, not to respond. Even we are taught not to argue too much. So sometimes you even have a point, but you rather keep it to yourself. You take a class and you finish and you ask them who has any questions, and nobody is confident enough or bold enough. When you come to the Debaters Club, there's one thing it does for you. You lose that sort of thing. So you're able to respond, react in the way that you want to. You know, I remember joining a French club years ago, and I did French up to about O-levels. When I finished, I tried even in the first year in uni to do French. It was very difficult, so eventually I had to let go. It's one regret I have. I wish I had persevered. I wish we lived in a society like yours now, where I could go online, pick up a video, Google a university somewhere in France, find someone to even help me. Maybe I would have been very, very successful, because having a second language is also a fantastic addition to whoever you become in future. So you ought to find knowledge. Go to school, yes. Get an education, yes. But knowledge is also power of a different kind. It is why you can debate in French even though you don't speak French. You can debate in English even though you probably don't understand some of the subjects that you are debating. But you go out there, you undertake some good research. Like I listened to a young lady who spoke about COVID, for example. I loved how she even remembered the word COVAX. I'd forgotten about that. Think about it. A lot of effort must have gone into that. You know, some of the best friends I have even today are people I met on the French debating club. Most of them are no longer even interested in French. Some of them are fantastic lawyers. A few days ago, actually, I spoke to one of them, who is still my very good friend. And we always remember the jokes from all those days ago, how you could possibly sing a French song and yet not understand it. Debate for like 20 minutes in French, and then you finish and sit and ask, oh, so what did that all mean? You understand. But life is different for you now. And I think you ought to take it seriously. Debates are also about language, about reading, about examples, about research, about development. You know, when you're a lawyer, there's a certain skill that you actually pick up as you go along. You learn to be a very good speaker too. But I think it also takes enormous effort from all the debates that we have to undertake, from the moot courts that we have to undertake, from sparring with one another, arguing with one another, defending even sometimes the most indefensible issues. I naturally have always been a very, very argumentative person. I'll argue anything. Whatever the feedback, I'll ask you just as many questions. Whatever the nature of the criticism, I'll ask you just as many questions. But in all of that, I'm also learning from everybody else that I speak to. So please, take this opportunity very, very seriously. It's a great platform, but remember one thing. Read, 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 and read. And please, for these speakers here, if you can go and Google their videos, anything about them, just listen to them, watch them. It's a great opportunity for you to learn. So please, take this very, very seriously. And I'm particularly impressed. I'm happy that I made it this morning. I don't get to interact much with very young people these days, so every opportunity such as this just warms my heart. And Engineer, I think you're doing a fantastic job. You're making the sisterhood very, very proud. And I think that young people who actually experience this woman take it very seriously. Even my choice of dress today was because I was coming to meet Miss Eugenia. So please, thank you so much for having me, and hopefully we'll interact more after here. Thank you.
So much. You know, when you have spokesperson for a former president who wants to be president again, you're an effortless speaker, you understand? Thank you. We love you. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. We have speaker number 4 coming up all the way from Akosombo International School. The devil in disguise is the top speaking to, ladies and gentlemen. Speaker number 4, Clenam de Souza.
140-pound aerial bombs falling from the sky. Gunfires outside your home. Crowds stomping on one another as they fight for their own survival. That which I described is not a 1992 action movie you reminisce to have watched a few weeks back. This is the reality of the full-scale military invasion that took place in eastern Ukraine. On 24th February 2022, Thursday, Russia launched an attack and led a full-scale military operation on its neighbor, Ukraine. Gone were the clear blue skies. Gone was the peace that held their society together. And gone were the beautiful landmarks ever present in the nation, now replaced by corpse upon corpse upon corpse. This is no movie. The Ukrainian armed forces are indeed involved in heavy fighting, repelling attacks from Russia. But was all this necessary? To illustrate my point, I'd like to borrow words from one of the greatest peace advocates in history, John Adams. He told us that great is the guilt of unnecessary war. What this goes to say, in my understanding, is that in the aftermath of a war, the guilt felt, realizing that the issue at hand could have been solved in a more peaceful manner, is great. Russia's attack was unprovoked and unjustified. And now, because of this, we are on the verge of a third world war. We are all at risk. But who caused it? Was it me? You? You look very guilty, I'm like. But then, this is due to the actions of the governments. Russia and Ukraine, their war, which was spurred on by the actions of the nation's leaders. For the past year, they have been fighting this war, and it's starting to affect most of us. The actions of our governments to make good relations with other nations have proved very successful, but that's not the case for all. Sure, the government is making their efforts to make good relations, but it has as much the ability to worsen or destroy relations between nations. This, to an extent, is an effect of diplomacy, the failure of diplomacy. National Geographic Society defines diplomacy as the science and art of building good relationships between nations, groups, and individuals. And this war can be defined as a failure of that system. Now, the distressing events that occurred in Ukraine have brought a lot of traumatic experiences upon millions of individuals in both Russia and Ukraine. The individuals who have suffered multiple post-traumatic mental disorders, but then their stories are not bleak. Today alone, over 2,000 people may lose their lives. Now, you may be wondering, what happens next? Next, this war spreads into many other nations. People begin to fight themselves. Children are forced to abandon their education and work as soldiers to defend their country. The people who caused this, our nation's leaders, whilst they hide away in maximum security zones, they are able to sleep at night. But our mothers, who have to bear the fact that we are there on the battlefield, are wide awake. Now, obviously this war brought about a lot of massacre, but still there is a sliver of hope. The UN, the USAID, civil society organizations, and individuals are coming together to offer aid to those affected by the war. People are offering their homes as refuge. The destruction by the war brought about a lot of rubble, but when people go on rescue missions, they don't go looking for the car keys to someone's expensive car on their doorstep or the gold watches left behind. They go looking for souls. Souls to save, souls to revive, souls to aid. Tell me, isn't this good? These intentions, don't they sound noble to you? By helping others in times of need, we ourselves are helping build better relations between nations. It is time that our governments open their eyes and see the troubles faced by people in their fight for their lives. It is time to be humane. Only by being part of the fights that do not concern us, only by living through the experiences of people whose voices are suppressed by the echoes of gunfire, can we push for peace as our instrument of war. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speakers on the floor. Time is up. Thank you. The devil in disguise. Questions for Clenham from Akosombo International School, please. Great.
I didn't put it on. Yeah, thank you. So I can understand the war was devastating or is devastating and it's still continuing. Both sides could argue that they are defending their country and their citizens. So why would you label the government as devil in disguise when in actual fact or in instance they are undertaking their responsibility in protecting their country and their citizens?
Okay, thank you for your question. The term devil in disguise is used to refer to our governments. They are pictured, they are technically the bad guys in this. Today, the Ukraine and Russia war that's ongoing, what's our government doing about it? Iran is selling nuclear arms and weapons to Russia to help engage them in this war. And this is why our governments are the devils in disguise.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions or we just charge to get number 4? Great.
One more question. It's in relation to a comment you made in your speech that Ukraine was attacked unprovoked. Was it really unprovoked in the research that you've done in terms of getting context? Was it really unprovoked? Or I'm essentially asking you to defend that statement.
Initially, there was 2014, Russia annexed Donbas, which was a part of Ukraine, and made it a part of Russia. Ukraine took this very lightly. And now because of some issues, Russia was still unsatisfied with the fact that Ukraine wanted to join the European Union, and therefore went and attacked Ukraine.
Thank
guess therein lies my question and or comment. So, in those circumstances, from Russia's point of view, can you say that it is unprovoked? As an impartial person trying to make a point about the devil in disguise.
Because they had no reason to attack Ukraine. Ukraine was free, it was freely independent to act on its own to join the European Union.
Good. Thank you so much. Judges, we okay? Should we discharge speaker number 4? Round of applause for speaker number 4, ladies and gentlemen. And then we'll take a quick video when we are back.
There's a joke about a pastor who received a gift from a church member. He opened the gift. No, before he opened it, he prayed seriously, heavily, because he had received such a gift in a long time. He prayed over it, and on the final day, he opened it. What was it? It was an iPad. He was overjoyed. He has always been preaching with the Bible. Now he had the opportunity to preach with an iPad on Sunday. So excited. At church service, he can't wait for the praise and worship team to be done, because he can't wait to present his next sermon with his new iPad. Now he stands in front of the congregation, picks up the iPad. Because that's what he's used to with his Bible. His son walks up to him and shows him, Dad, it's not like this. It's not like this. It's like this. Like it or not, children are very acclimatized to technology. And technology is advancing at a very exponential rate. Please, I want you all to pay attention, but at the same time be at ease, so that you can understand what I'm saying. Listen. Nelson Mandela once said that when you speak to a man in a language he understands, that goes into his head. But if you speak to a man in his language, that goes into his heart. And the things which go into children's heads are words. The languages of children are not Ga and Twi and Spanish and French. No. They are the things that they see. That is the language of children. And those things go into their heart. So what the child is seeing on the television screen is going into his heart. What he's seeing on the internet is going into his heart. What he's reading in the newspaper is going into his heart. These things play a role or come to play in a child's life. A child, according to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, is a person who is strongly influenced by the behavior of another person or time. Therefore, a child is strongly influenced by what he sees, what he hears. And most of the time, it's what he sees. Picasso, a great artist, once said that everyone, when young, is an artist. The problem is remaining an artist as he grows. What is happening nowadays is that by what we see on television, on the internet, it's flooding our minds and preventing us from dreaming, from seeing what you're actually supposed to see. Advertising is on a wide scale, something so elementary, something which lasts for only 2 minutes. It's having a great effect in our lives. Because I remember when I was young, I could rattle out all the advertisements one by one as they went on the television screen. Because I memorized them. They come in a short span. And not all of them are coming to do good. It will shock you the volume of information children are being exposed to on the internet. I'm just using my mobile phone, and then suddenly a message pops up. Girlfriends, free girlfriends, go to this website. How does that concern me? But like it or not, that's what's coming my way. But I can choose to follow that or not. But most of the time, we get affected. This speech is impromptu, but I'd like to prompt you all to understand that what we see is coming to us at the speed of light. It's coming so fast. Most of the time, we can't reject it, but it comes and it has an effect on our lives, whether we like it or not. Therefore,
now you are being prompted to end it all here. Please put your hands together for Macho. Thank you, Macho. Please come back. Right. Now let's prompt our judges to bring your questions for your impromptu speech.
Mate, my question to you is...
Enjoying the thing until that guy interrupted the thing again. Yo, stop that. Okay. So from Accra High, ladies and gentlemen, speaker number 5, Mercy Bachman. She is speaking to the topic, the game changer. Ladies and gentlemen, game changer is here.
I remember when we went for the training session at DSTV Multi-Choice with the rest of the finalists. After the first session, we asked to go for lunch. Then, we ended up in a conversation with Uncle Jude. Auntie Salome then walked in, and in the hand, she had pieces of papers. To me, I thought we were coming to play the game pick and act, because back then in JHS, we used to play it in the class. But she said those were thematic areas we were going to write about. Okay. She instructed us to pick one of the papers. Honestly, I was the last to pick. I thought I'll get something extraordinary and mind-blowing. But after I picked the paper, I unfolded it, only to see sports in blue ink staring at me. Oh God, I don't like sports. How will I write about sports? I know nothing about sports. Then, Auntie Salome said something. She said, don't say you don't like sports, because the most embarrassing thing is when people are talking about something and you know nothing about. I said, okay, even though I wasn't still satisfied. I see sports to be a distraction. I've witnessed many fights among students during inter-school competition and sports as a unifying force. I went to him that day and told Mom about it. She said, you don't worry, just do it like that. On Monday, I went to school very heartbroken. I approached my coach and told him everything that happened. And it surprised me. He said, wow, you got the best area. Sports is the best area. I look at him like this. I am the one going to write my speech and present it. I am not interested in my area. Why is my coach interested? And I began to think about how life is unfair. And I said to myself, how is sports a game changer? Then I said, FIFA 2010, that was held in South Africa, boosted tourism in some African countries and exposed the continents to the business world. Then, I remembered that before the FIFA World Cup that was held at Qatar, the Qataris were seen to be human rights violators and discriminators. But after the FIFA World Cup, they are now seen as different people, as in, they are seen as a positive light in the world. Also, in 1936, the German hosted the Olympic Games just to clear the image that other countries have on them. So, whether political tool or economic development, sports unite people together. It is not surprising, therefore, that host countries spend a lot of money just to support sporting events like FIFA World Cup and Olympic Games. Now, what about sports? Sports break barriers that cultural differences cause. During the FIFA World Cup that was held in Qatar last year, the Qataris dressing caught our attention. The men were dressed in a long white shirt, called the thobe. The women were dressed in a long black dress, called the abaya, and the head covering called the sheila. The food eaten by the Qataris are salona, majbos, and so on. Besides majbos being the extraordinary delicious dish, is the first and foremost national dish of the Qataris. You can't go to Qatar without enjoying some of the majbos. Also, if you don't know anybody's culture, you begin to frown on it. But when you get to know their culture, you understand it and appreciate it. Also, sports is a vehicle for peace building. Sports resolve conflict, and it can be traced to the development or creation of Olympic Games. During the FIFA World Cup that was held in 2002 in Japan and Korea, but then these two countries were a bit separated. But due to the FIFA World Cup, they became united. Also, Morocco, the only African country to qualify to the quarterfinals, with the support of all other African countries. Also, club teams supported footballers who played for them. For example, Kudus Mohammed played for Ajax Amsterdam and Akraf Hakimi played for Paris Saint-Germain. All these teams supported the country they played for. Sports is a war of peace, with which the result is no war, but rather victories. Sports is a form of entertainment. During sporting activities, people become entertained. They forget their worries and problems, let alone engaging in wars. I remember that during the FIFA World Cup last year, attention was shifted away from the Russia and Ukraine war, which started in February, to the football. People were eager to know which team were qualifying or not. Here, sport unites people, no matter their background, origin, religious beliefs. To conclude, sport is a universal language. A world without sport is like a lamp without fuel. I insist.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. How's the game looking like, judges? I was actually concerned at the point. Did she really say she didn't like sports because the way she was going
That's
about?
the same thought I'm having. You seem to have that was well delivered. It was great listening to you. You seem to have narrowed in on football when there are other sports. Would you say the same about other sports as you've illustrated with football here?
Like I said earlier, that in 1936, the Olympic Games that were held in Germany helped Germany to clear the bad image that people have on him. During that contest, a lot of countries came together to compete. So there were these relations that among them. Yeah. And the Olympic Games that was held in Tokyo also brought countries from different parts of the world together, resolving conflict and creating peace and unity. Thank you.
And I have a very, very, very good speech. I really enjoyed how engaging you were. You did mention that sports has the power to change the world. Do you think that, or what is your opinion on certain sports personalities taking up political causes and trying to spread a message within their sporting fields? Do you think that that's a good thing and doesn't have any downsides? So, for example, you have certain sports personalities like, let's say, LeBron James, who would stand up and uphold the Black Lives Matter movement. There are certain individuals in sports at certain times in history that have spoken on political matters that transcend the sports that they are playing. Do you think that people in sports should take up that mantle? And if so, are there any downsides to it?
Okay.
Sorry, so just to make it clear, should they just focus on playing the sports or they should comment on political issues as well?
Thank you. As the saying goes, unity is strength, and sports brings people together from all various parts of the world. So I think they should focus more on something that unites people than politics, because politics at some point divides people. So I think they should focus more on sports rather than sports.
Looks like sports doesn't divide people.
Anyway, so I wanted to. Well done. I wanted to pick on a few things that you spoke about.
Shall we have a bit of silence, please? Thank you.
And basically on 2 points. You mentioned the 1936 example, which was, if I recollect, Jesse Owens. But we also know that it was the reason Owens never found a job, that the Germans left. So I'm just wondering how that example fits into sports changing things, because for Owens, it was the beginning of the death of his career. The other thing is, you give a lot of great examples, but we also know that sports is the reason why fans fight in stadiums. Sports was the reason 126 people died at the Accra Sports Stadium. Sports has been known to be to mark the beginning of significant conflict. I don't know what will happen to Luis Suarez if he ended up in this room. So I'm just wondering how you balance those two, the immense, sometimes divisive rivalry in sports, and the point you're making about sports being a major uniting force for nations.
The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And also with the 1936 Olympics, the Germans did it just to clear their image, because back then, because of Adolf Hitler, Germans were seen as unfriendly and bad people. But they used sports to give them their good image, or let's say to show their dominance. That is why most countries spend a lot of money just to host sporting activities. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, please. Okay. Thank you. All right, judges, you okay? Yes. Excellent. Thank you so much. Please. So we'll take a quick video. We'll get it ready. By the way, some of us got to know names like Kylian Mbappe only this season because of the World Cup, you see. So it's not only women who don't like football, but because of the World Cup and some interest, we had to learn some things. So it's a game changer. It's true. It's true. Okay. We have another video for you, please. Enjoy it. We'll be right
To
back.
the girl in English class, what is funny? What is hilarious about my painful attempt to communicate in a language that is not even my own? See, this accent tells a story of survival. Tells how my mother tongue endured to this day, so I expect you treat my tongue with some respect. Every word, every syllable I utter comes from a riot within. My mouth is a babble between subconscious tongue, teeth, and vocal cord. So excuse you if my speech does not suit you. See, this speech comes from this slaughterhouse I call a mouth. See, my mouth is a battlefield. A clash of unyielding cultures, warring for dominance. See, my tongue is a traumatized survivor. Lost in this alien fluency. See, this accent is how I find my way home. How I say idikpi without biting my tongue. So my tongue is forever at war with itself. Forever fighting to decolonize itself. Fighting to lose and regain itself all at the same time. So cut me some slack. I will not be ashamed nor refrain from saying my name. And no, I will not apologize for my mother's legacy. For there is no dignity in denying my identity. So to the girl in English class, it's about time you learn my own language too. To the girl in English class, what is funny?
Nice. Okay. Please, are you ready to learn another language here? Yeah. This time we'll talk about the voice of the environment, representing Accra Girls Senior High School. Ladies and gentlemen, Ajariwa Mensah Bonsu. Our final speaker for today, Ajariwa. Voice of the environment.
Mother Earth needs us. The title is Mother Earth needs us.
Okay, changing title, Mother Earth Needs Us. Ladies and gentlemen, Ajariwa Mensah Bonsu.
We all love our mothers because they provide for us. They care for us. They give us everything without asking for much in return. The environment as a component of the earth is just like our mother, as it pretty much does the same as mothers do. In Africa, Mother Earth faces serious environmental challenges, which includes land degradation, deforestation, extreme vulnerability to climate change, and many more. Mother Earth is calling upon us all to save her. Greenpeace is a non-violent organization that uses non-violent ways to pave way towards a more greener and peaceful world. It is a movement of individuals of diverse, multicultural, and multinational backgrounds determined to bring about extraordinary changes in the environment. Greenpeace is present in Africa too. Greenpeace is present in African countries such as Kenya, DR Congo, Cameroon, Senegal, Ghana, South Africa, and many more. Over
Over the years, Greenpeace Africa has chalked up many successes. According to an article published by Greenpeace on www.greenpeace.org, they successfully maintained a consistent campaign to stop the destruction of forests in Cameroon by the Heracle Farms in 2013. Another successful history of Greenpeace Africa is the cancellation of 29 fishing licenses of foreign fleets that were competing small pelagic with the local farmers. Greenpeace celebrated this victory with all its global partners. As teenagers, we are sometimes helpless, unable to do things that really matter to us as the government takes every vital decision. But Greta Thunberg proved to be different. Greta is a Swedish environmental activist who worked to address the problem of climate. Seeking greater impact, Greta attempted to spur lawmakers to address the issue of climate change. She regularly met Friday classes to embark on a strike action she called Fridays for Future Strike. From Encyclopedia Britannica, Greta missed school for 3 weeks prior to Swedish election in 2018 to sit outside the country's parliament with a sign that stated, "School Strike for Climate." She was joined each subsequent day by more and more people, and her story soon garnered international attention. Greta inspired other young people around the world to also embark on their own fight for future strike. Strikes were held in countries such as Belgium, the United States, Canada, and many more. In Africa, there are other young people who are also putting in much efforts to save the environment. Here are 3 environmental activists making a difference in Africa. Hilda Flavia Nakabuye from Uganda, Portia Edu-Mensah from Ghana, and Elie Nwanjiku from Kenya. I would like to speak about Portia Edu-Mensah because she's a Ghanaian and I'm also a Ghanaian. Portia shares her story on www.wecare.org on the reason why she's fighting for the environment. She says she heard about a proposed coal plantation in Ekumfi in the central region of Ghana and decided to rally people against it because she had seen how coal had impacted lives negatively in South Africa. Currently, all those 3 African activists are putting in much effort to save the environment. When it comes to uniting with other individuals from different countries to save the environment, the government plays a vital role. There are organizations that unite with various heads of state to save the environment. They include the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the United Nations Framework Convention, and many more. But as it is said, the government of a country is generally the people of a country. Therefore, individuals as stakeholders have a greater role to play, as the impact of environmental challenges are directly felt by individuals, societies before the government. Mother Earth needs more Greenpeaces. Mother Earth needs more Gretas. Mother Earth needs you. Mother Earth needs me. Mother Earth needs all of us. Thank you.
Mother Earth needs us. Maybe that's why we call her as here in our local palace. Welcome to our judges for questions for speaker number 6. Great.
Very, very amazing speech. I can tell that you are very interested in matters concerning the environment. My question to you is this. You have countries such as the United States, China, and most of the European world that essentially have built their countries on fossil fuels and non-renewable energy. And now they've shown their willingness to go towards more renewable energy sources like wind, air, sunlight, etc. Right? Do you think it's fair for those countries to require the newly developing countries in Africa, in Ghana, from using those same fossil fuel energy sources as they did? And if you think it's fair or not, how do you think these newly developing countries can try and fuel their industries in a sustainable and non-expensive way? Is it clear or it's do you think it's fair that do you think it's fair that African countries are required or would require to use green energy as opposed to using oil and coal, etc.?
think they should use the green energy instead of oil because, as Portia said, when she heard of the coal plantation, the proposed coal plantation in the Kumfi, she rallied people against it because she had seen how it had impacted lives negatively. So using fossil fuels can also impact lives negatively in Africa. So I think we should go by using the green, I didn't get what to say about green.
Great. Like, we have some more questions for speaker number 6. Great.
Thank you for the delivery.
Right.
It was a very interesting speech as well. And just piggybacking on that question, when you look at our infrastructure, we don't have the same capacity. Our electric grid can't necessarily power, even if we wanted to import our electric cars and transform our systems overnight. So with you suggesting that we should go ahead and move towards green energy, what would you think could be a good strategy or starting point to adopt green energy in Africa? You want to hear the question again? What do you think will be a good starting point to adopt green energy in Africa, considering the hindrances we have in terms of capacity, the load shedding we already do, so we probably can't even power if we wanted to have electric powered houses or cars. How do we start the journey to get there if we've not had the years to build our capacity?
I'm not sure if ECG has disconnected.
You referenced the example of Greta, right? And she started from doing activism, for example, right? To government and creating awareness. So do you also feel there's any way you could take inspiration, or the young people here, or anyone at all, in gradually moving towards that vision?
We should disconnect the question then. Yeah, it's true. Tell them something.
But is the question clear? No, it's the same question. Where do we start from? Where do we start from is the question.
Okay.
Let me give this one more try. So what he's asking is, currently in Ghana, for example, are using charcoal, burning charcoal instead of using maybe solar power, right? We don't have the infrastructure to adopt those green energy sources. What would you say we should start doing as a local country, struggling with electricity problems, to be able to start solving the problem that we have currently?
People use charcoal instead of fossil fuels. So, what can we do?
Yes. So his point was that you have to acknowledge that Africa hasn't developed as much. We're still building capacity, and that's why even if we would love to have an electric car, we might have to rely on the cars we're importing, which are already second-hand, pre-owned, gasoline-powered vehicles, because we can't yet buy the Teslas or do that pre-financing structure. So if you believe we should still move towards that green energy almost instantaneously, how do we start doing that? Maybe another question from someone else.
Silence could be a response as well. It's a good response. If we have any other question, otherwise, if we do not have any other question, we'd like to thank you for coming. Mr. Bosu, Mother S.
You have not answered my question.
Any curriculum, we've not gotten there yet. Onim Brahma Beja Bisame Fosufo Manyabiaka o Sahama. Please put your hands together for speaker number 6. You know, I can really relate because during my time, I spoke about passion and linked it up to economic independence and a whole lot of things I said that today I'm sure when I watch it, I'll be like, hey, I'm over some. No, but one of the judges asked me about systems and structures. And to be fair, that was the first day I ever heard systems and structures in my whole life. So I told the judge that, you see, what you are saying is important, but I believe that the one I'm saying is true. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the young lady. By the example, you can't come and stress us like that, you understand? Small UK we want to go to, you are stressing us. No, but it's good to put you through this rigor, because if you watch some of our ministers when they go through the parliamentary vetting, you can feel empowered that one day you too will be a minister. But let's not lower the bar, you understand?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our panel of judges are ready, and so it is with great delight that I invite our third speaker, representing Ghana. I would like to invite Caleb Kuda on the title For the Love of Country.
I remember my first lesson in the second term in junior high too, when our teacher asked, "What would you do for the love of your country?" Ghana was then celebrating its 50th anniversary after independence. Now, young as we were, our teacher's question took us by surprise because we had not thought of it. And so it set me thinking, what can I also do for the love of my country? Now, before then, I was thinking about names of people who have sacrificed in various ways just for the love of Mother Ghana. Names like Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and the players of the national soccer team, the Black Stars, came to mind. Now, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, young as he was, had strong convictions of liberating his country. And so even after years of studying in the United States, he did not remain there, but he came back to Ghana, took up a leading role, worked hand in hand with others, and today, Ghana is the first sub-Saharan African country to have won independence. The players of the national soccer team too, the Black Stars, notwithstanding the big clubs they play for in Europe and the big lifestyles they go about in the Europe, they never hesitate to come back to Ghana and show their love for country when we have international soccer assignments. Now, this they did during the recent African Cup of Nations and the World Cup. And so back to my teacher's question, I asked myself one more time, what can I also do for the love of my country? Now, after months of thinking through, I think I found an answer. Yes, I found my calling. To become a legal practitioner one day. So that one, I change the misconception people have about women, that women are homebound, passive, needing to be guided and protected, into being seen as proactive, resourceful, visionary, and effective leaders. Two, to provide a shoulder for the less privileged to cry on, so that I will provide my services to them when they need it. Now, tell me, aren't those sounding noble? These intentions, aren't they good? But as I progressed in life, I realized that it's easier said than done. Oh yes, but for words, I'm a lawyer now, believe me. Because I have had to sit and pass a basic education examination. Now I am in high school. I still have to write another exam, move on to the university, then to the law school. Even after I have become that lawyer I want to be, I still have to work the more harder so I become that lawyer I want to be and then accomplish all these visions for the love of my country. But recently, a story I read went a long way to motivate me to move on. Yes, you may have heard of a group called the Fukushima 50. Now, the recent tsunami in Japan led to a near disaster in Fukushima, exposing the neighborhood into the threats of radiation. Now, a group of technicians made up of 180 people have set themselves apart to fix this disorder. Now, these technicians, knowing full well the effects of going into the power plant, the nuclear plant, the potentially deadly radiations they're exposing themselves to, they still put their country first and themselves second. No wonder a source described them as the bravest of the brave, putting country before self. And so, from this story, I tell myself, look, if people have been able to put their lives on the line just for the love of their country, why can't I press on to become that legal practitioner I want to be? That is why I love the inscription on the Dartmouth House, which says, to recognize and record the work of John Evelyn Wrench. It concludes by saying, what others dreamed, he has done. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is not just about words, it is not just about dreams, it is not just about empty promises, but the actions with which we back our words. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what are you doing for the love of your country? Thank you.
I didn't even know back in the days I was saying country, you know. Today I hear the education minister say that more than I did. Country. I'm sorry, please put your hands together for yourselves, eh? So we have the Director of Communications, Parliament of Ghana. She is here, Kate Ado. We would like to pick her words, so please put your hands together and welcome her. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you. All right.
Two things. I don't know whether you will be brought before the Privileges Committee for your comment, or whether we should sanction Brian for asking questions that are not admissible in this particular forum. So yes, I was rooting for another school, but let me say that you're all doing very well. But this is the middle of the debate, and I have a few observations to make, because I was told I'm going to be talking to you about public speaking, and also on how government or countries can bond outside of governments. Public speaking. I know us Ghanaians like to move our hands when we speak, but when we are doing this, you know, when you recite a poem, I see the moon and the moon sees me, it's fine. But when you are talking to a group of people, when you talk to your friends, do you move your hands about like that? No. So when you speak publicly, don't move your hands too much, because it sends two signals. Either you are nervous or you are aggressive. I remember when I was much younger in an international forum, when I would speak to people, they would take a step back. I was wondering why these people always took a step back when people like me tried to speak to them. It turns out we are gesticulating too much, and so they get nervous. They're not sure whether we are angry or whether we are just aggressive. So you want to watch that. One of the things I plan to speak to you about is your pauses, but I see that you've tried, and all of you have done that, to speak in tones that are not annoying. Because when I've listened to debates from children that are a little older than you, they tend to speak too fast and too loud. But you haven't done that, so well done. Give yourselves a round of applause. When you are debating, the other thing you need to do is to plan in your mind. I have 5 minutes. Or when you're speaking publicly, I have 5 minutes. How am I utilizing this 5 minutes? Do I want to set the tone for the conversation where I tell people, my name is Kate, I'm going to be talking to you about this, and within the 5 minutes, these are the areas I'd like to cover. When you do that, people, if they get uninterested along the line, will still have a good idea of what you want to speak about. And when you are told to speak about a particular subject, speak about that subject. I am sorry to use the sports as an example, but when you're asked to speak about sports, how many sporting activities do we have? What are the types of advantages that we have in this various sports? How do these do? I mean, football is one of the most unifying and the most dividing games that I have ever seen. I've seen people kill each other over football. May 11th disaster happened as a result of football. When you look at Manchester United, which I support, we are claimed to be very loud people. There's Arsenal, there's Chelsea. So, and then you also want to think about sports. You want to think about rugby, which is also a very active activity. You want to think about swimming. You want to think about all the other board games, which are also sporting activities. And then come with the advantages that we are aware that sports does this and that. We are also aware that the negatives of sports is this and that. However, given the sum of everything, this is what I think. When you talk about sustaining the environment, and they're asking you about fossil fuel, and they're asking you about whether to use electricity or to use natural gas, the question is that, what's the difference between electricity and natural gas? Is one better than the other? And if you have done your research and you haven't just learned the lines to come and recite them, you would find that when they ask you a question, it would be something that you've seen. During our time, and I was always a member of the debating club, French club like Auntie Joyce, and during our time, we didn't have Google. We didn't have textbooks. What you knew was what you could find from some remote book somewhere. You have the benefit of artificial intelligence. There's nothing you are looking for that you can't find. Even me at this age, I was learning something recently and I heard a word, heteroskedasity. I haven't heard it before. I went to Google it. I went to YouTube to watch a video. And I was thinking to myself that life has to be very easy for you guys today. You don't have any reason not to do well. So please, if you haven't Googled, Google quickly. Make use of the artificial intelligence that is available to you. So that is the part of public speaking that I wanted to touch on. Now, moving on to how countries can bond outside of governments. Diplomacy, and I'm sure you are, I don't know whether you are too young to know that, because the things you talk about are quite very deep. So I don't know. But when you talk about governments and you talk about the world becoming a better place, you talk about relations between governments, and Auntie Joyce, when she was a minister, would have the opportunity to talk to people at the government level. But as the world has become smaller, with Mark Zuckerberg and all the activity, Elon Musk and all the people who are making the world really small for us, it has become apparent that you cannot use the diplomacy that we used to use in 1995 today. You need to use people. And so for people in positions like parliament, in policy-making decisions, they are no longer using government for most of the bonding that takes place between governments or countries. What we're doing now is called people-to-people contacts. And that brings more bonding opportunities for countries. So for instance, if there is an issue about economics, before there will be an economic team that will go and give an address at a very, very important or very elaborate, audacious gathering where people will talk about these things. Now, what you do is you identify the people that matter. And from the other side, then you select the people that matter from your side, and then you negotiate on that level in an informal setting. When it comes to your level, I'm sure most of you have PlayStations or you play around those things. What you guys do, and I see it all the time, is that you talk to people in Italy. So somebody's playing a game with somebody in Italy. Somebody's playing a game with somebody in Korea. And I have a 14-year-old son. I've seen that now most Ghanaian children who are between the ages of 10 and 14 will tell you that their favorite music is Korean or Japanese. So I was wondering what it was, and she's laughing because she knows what I'm talking about. And I was wondering what it was. Apparently, there is a cartoon that is in Korean or Japanese or something. And these kids, so the governments in those countries didn't need to do anything. They haven't done anything. But in terms of reaching large numbers of people in real time, they've succeeded. And so now, children are more interested in learning Japanese. Children are more interested in learning Chinese. Children are more interested in doing things that otherwise they would not have done. And it's cultural, the use of culture to reach people. The other way that we reach people is when you guys get these opportunities. So I'm expecting that one of you will go to the UK, or is it the UK you are going to go and participate in a particular activity. When you go there, there'll be people your age. And in Parliament, we have a program that we do. It's very similar to this. And we take kids to the UK. At a time, one of our kids was so good that he became the president of all the youth in the world. So when you go, don't think that your limits are within the group that you are in. Explore, speak to the people, ask them what their worries are. Tomorrow is for you. So if it is fossil fuel today that is being discussed, what are the issues that will need your attention tomorrow? And how do you speak about these issues now? How do you get the adults who are the policymakers to take decisions that will benefit you? Countries tend to achieve more when the individuals in that country or those countries are speaking to each other rather than when the governments are speaking to each other. So I want you to bear that in mind, young people, and when you go on the various social media platforms that you go on, or when you interact with people online, know that at every time you are an ambassador for your country. When you learn about communications, you learn about verbal and non-verbal communications. In the electronic space, one would assume that the non-verbal part is removed, but it has become even more pronounced. And so when you do your TikToks, depending on what you are wearing today, when you are 25 and you've become a successful lawyer, a doctor, an economist, and you're going to look for a job, they just pull that up and ask you, what do you think of nudity? Or what are your views on a particular issue? Are you homophobic? Are you this? Are you that? The thing that you put on social media, whether you were speaking, whether you were acting, whether you were dancing, the way you were dressed will be translated into the views that you hold. And these are what will be used to judge you. So on your life's journey, remember that nonverbal communications is no longer in person. It's also online. The things you like online on the international community. When you go for your visas in the various embassies, and I'm sure British High Commission will speak to us later, they will pull up your social media handles, and based on whether you've said things that are hateful or things that have religious or violence undertones will affect whether they decide to give you the visa or that scholarship that you're looking for or that opportunity that you're looking for. So please, one, when you speak publicly, be mindful of what you're saying, plan your thoughts, plan what you're wearing, plan how you're delivering it. Depending on what you're saying, you might want to raise your voice or lower your voice. Again, there's a time when you may need to use your hand for emphasis. There's a time when you need to use a facial expression for emphasis. Be mindful of all those things. So when you come, and the first thing we are seeing is you moving from one end of the... First of all, you are distracting the people that are listening to you. Because just when we are making up our minds to look at you here, you're moving to this side. And so that alone takes away. And if the person is like me, who has a very short attention span, you would lose me by the third sentence. So stand at one point. I'm not saying stand at one point and not move. But stand at one point to ensure that people are able to follow what you're doing. The other thing is that some of us are shy. So we can't, when people are looking into our faces, it becomes very difficult. Train your eye on a particular person or a particular item and stay there for like maybe some 2-3 minutes, if you have 5 minutes, and then move from that person to another object, another 1.5 minutes, and then move back. That way, you don't look nervous, you don't look like a statue, but you know what you're doing. And then with your hands, I gave a presentation, and I usually would like to have a dress with a pocket. So I had my hands in my pocket and I was talking. When we finished, one of the people who was supposed to judge said, "Why did you have your hands in your pocket the whole time?" I said it was to prevent me from either getting angry at the questions that were coming at me, because some of the questions were very annoying. So anytime somebody would annoy me, I'll just clench my fist in my pocket. So my hands were in my pocket the whole time, or to prevent me from using my hands wrongly. And then the man said to me that, "We don't do that here. We need to see your hands. We need to see your hands, because that's part of what we are going to use to judge you. What is your level of nervousness? Because it's not just what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. So what's your level of nervousness? How did you use your combination of verbal and non-verbal and all the things that you possess? What did you wear? I've said that already. How was your hair? You know, all these things. I'm sure that you've been told all these by your coaches, but I'm leaving you with 2 things. Public speaking is very important, but more important now, because you guys speak less now verbally, be mindful of the spaces that you are on, because that's speaking too. And when you do that, keep in mind that countries are coming together from the interactions that you're having with your friends in Togo, with your friends in Ivory Coast, with your friends in Japan, the US, wherever you find yourselves. So I wish you all the best. I pray that a certain school wins, but may the best school win. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Madame Kate Ado. We appreciate you. Director of Communications, Parliament of Ghana. So we'll go for a quick lunch break. When we are back, we'll get to know which school is winning. Anybody cares to tell me which school is winning? Okay. So we'll do so in batches. Our speakers will take the lead, all right? So our speakers kindly join us, take the lead. The rest of us can follow suit. Thank you so much. Our judges are putting their scores together. We'll get to know who wins eventually. So let's be swift about this so we can get to know who won, and then we can start packing for the UK.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 edition of The Young Debaters. My name is Eugenia Techimenson and I, together with my colleagues, are excited to bring you this year's edition. There have been some quiet years in between, but this program started in 2010 and it's a franchise program of the International Public Speaking Competition. What does that mean? Basically, when we run the Ghana competition and we eventually get a winner, the winner goes on to the UK to participate in the International Public Speaking Competition to represent Ghana. In some years since 2010, Ghana has been the only African country. We can't say that remains the case, but in any case, we're always in the minority. And that's the reason we are excited that you have signed on to the program. So welcome to you all. Since its inception in 2010, we've had 10 editions, so this is the 11th edition. In 2010, with our maiden edition, it was Phoebe Amwako of Ibri Girls who won and went on to the UK to represent us. Then in 2011, we had Caleb Kuda, today of City FM, City TV, and basically every media, who represented us in the UK and won the second position. Since then, other winners have emerged from Wesley Girls, Ama Isuman. We've had Brian Echampong from Ashesi, as well as Kofi Jenfi from Ashesi. This program called The Young Debaters is very exciting for many reasons. But for us, the main reason we find it exciting is that it allows you, the speaker, that's what we call you, the speaker, to choose how you want to present your general idea. So, whilst every regular debate we know of would give you a topic and you speak either for or against it, this doesn't do that. What this competition, The Young Debaters, does is gives you a theme, so a general theme, and you interpret the theme the way you want. What we're going to do is to provide you with resources in the Google Drive that you will access after watching this video, where you will understand a bit more of how to approach it. But I just love, as I say, I love the fact that it allows you to express yourself. This year's theme is how would you interpret that? How would you think it through? What could you identify with in that theme? Would you look at it from, say, a sports perspective, or a gender perspective, or a youth perspective? Which angle would you like to come from? And that's what I mean by this program allows you to explore what you're comfortable with. So the general theme basically gives you the room, as it were, to develop your speech and therefore topic, which will feed into the theme. So we understand what the theme is saying, but what do you make of it? How will you interpret that? And so the other thing you need to know about the program is that you need to create your own topic. Now, in creating your topic, you can't use any of the words in the given theme. You have a vocabulary of words, we know that, so that shouldn't be a problem. But what I'll advise is come up with something catchy. Don't come up with a topic that sounds like a theme. Come up with something catchy, something that will throw us off. Readily, I remember Caleb Kuda's topic when he was going to speak in 2011. Guess what? It just said, for the love of country. It doesn't give much away, does it? That's the idea. You don't want to give too much in your topic. Then you keep us guessing, and then you punch us with all your facts that you will find. Again, remember that you want to use current and relevant ideas, examples. Don't throw us as far back as maybe Shakespearean era or a Chinua Achebe era. Try and use something that's more recent, and you'll find a plethora of them around you. The other thing I want you to consider about this program is what we call the benefits, the associated benefits.
the network of friends you will make in Ghana to start with, and if you're the eventual winner, the network of friends you'll make abroad. It is also considered a very prestigious competition around the world, and if you have that on your CV, that should speak of something, shouldn't it? What it also does is it teaches you how to respect other people's opinions, whilst still having your own, which you normally would not find in a typical debating competition. What you also get is the opportunity to hone your research skills, basically. Why is that necessary, or why is that important? Because as you grow in school life and in life generally, whenever you have to go for, say, an interview, if you had an interview for college to go abroad, you will need to do some research on that college, or the kinds of questions that will be asked at college level, or if it was a job interview, the kinds of questions. And so you need to hone your skills now. You may think that college years and work life years is far away. Given another 5 years, you're all out of school also. So the Young Debaters offers you that opportunity as well to start it early. But I will tell you this, what it does really leave you with is a better appreciation of how you can hone your own skills. There are deadlines to be met for the Young Debaters 2023. It's all between this February and April. And the international finals is in May in the UK. If you're watching this video, we do have your parents' permission or your school's permission, or both. And so they are aware of the details. However, we need to share those details with you, don't we? So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to load all this information onto the Google Drive, which you will have access to through your emails. And make sure you do read everything before you attempt to put your speeches together. We'll put in there how to put together a perfect speech, because whilst all of you are going to put your speeches together for the competition, or for this level of the competition, which is the preliminary, not all of you will make it through. So some criteria is set when looking out for those who will qualify to the next level, which is the semi-finals. And so we will ensure that we load you with all that you need to prepare for, in order that you can put together your speeches and share them by the deadline we give you. Not later. It can be before, but definitely not later. Share them by then. Don't overthink it. Remember that. Don't think too far. Look at the theme. Think of what comes to you, what jumps at you, and go for it. Okay? I believe that most of you already have an idea. I've met some of you. Those I haven't met, I'm yet to meet you. But all of you have had a feel of a public speaking program. So I'll wrap up by saying that bear in mind that after watching this video, you need to go into your Google Drive and follow the steps in there. We'll share some videos to give you inspiration. We'll share some links and some materials that will help you in preparing your speech. Remember, your speech, your written speech you're putting together, should be something that can be delivered within 5 minutes, not more. And maybe 20 seconds less, but definitely not more. So within 5 minutes. So bear in mind when you put your speech together. If I were you, I'd just read it to someone and let them time me. So you take out all the extra words, begin to find synonyms for some of the longer sentences you put in there, and you'll be good. It has been great knowing that we do have all of you participating in this 2023 edition of the Young Debaters. We can't wait to meet you in person, which will be sooner than later. So all the best. Remember our tagline for the Young Debaters: great minds can differ.
When was it normal to praise deviants who portrayed absurd behaviors? In schools today, most people, or let's say people who are well known for indulging in wrong activities such as bullying, disrespecting authority, amongst others. They are praised by their peers, or let me say in Ghanaian terms, given funds by their peers as to what they did. I believe that the school authorities or management are not issuing correct measures to deter them from engaging in such activities. And this does not only happen in academic institutions in Ghana alone, but in homes as well. As of now, parents deem it wrong or old school, as some would say, to punish their ward for going wayward as an effect of urbanization or Western influence. Now, Ghana today, humor is defined as a way of mocking someone. A few weeks back, on a visit to Accra, I was invited by my colleagues to a stand-up comedy show. During this show, there was this comedian who was imitating a stammerer, and the audience actually found it quite entertaining. This could not be described as funny, as it was humanly degrading and brought about low self-esteem and other mental illnesses upon the individual.
You mentioned in your speech that Ghanaians are poor and oppressed people. What makes you think that or say that?
In Ghana, we compared to other countries, like let's say US, the United States, the Shanghai, all those countries, we are poor and oppressed in their eyes, in the sense that we are not able to act independently and actually express how we want things to be done.
So who is doing the oppression then?
I believe it is we ourselves. We are not willing to voice out or come out of whatever shell we are in.
Thank you, Speaker 3. Your first question is, why is it considered disrespectful if you don't put your hands behind you while speaking to the elderly or older?
Thank you for your question. That putting your hand behind your back when talking to the elderly was something which was created in the traditional settings in the past to show as a form of respect to the elderly, as in to show that you respect them or see them as higher than you. So instead of putting your arms in your pockets or anything like that, you put your hand behind your back and listen attentively to whatever that person is saying.
Was that, you said it was set up in a traditional setting. Is that the case, or is it a remnant of our colonial system where the black man had to put their hands behind them? 9 out of 10 times they are chained and not look in the eye of their colonial master when being spoken to. Would you say you know for a fact that it was a setting in our traditional system, or it was something that has transcended the colonial era? Would you know? Are you able to speak to that?
I believe it was something created by our forefathers to give the child, or like the youth, a sense of respect for the elderly. I don't think it has anything to do with our colonial masters. Honestly, I didn't expect myself to be one of the finalists because I'm not a very outspoken person, I would say. So it's very surprising to me, personally. For the preparations, I'll have to do a lot of research based on the points they gave, the feedback they gave us from the semi-finals. So honestly, it will need a lot of work, but we are here to do it.
Our forefathers won independence for us. They did not get that on a silver platter, not at all. They had to toil, some to the extent that they had to do that with their blood. And today, we are partakers of the glory. Hallelujah. But let's not forget, political independence is not the end of the game. There is an effort that we have to play. Those days, they had to struggle for political independence to the extent that some had to sacrifice their own blood. But today, ours is economic independence. But what was the motive behind that struggle, that spirit of commitment and dedication? We need that so very badly. We need that. Oh yes. As youths of Ghana, we have to be very dedicated in all fields of endeavors. Our dedication and commitment to this nation will change something. Oh yes. Speak. Please do. Speak. If yours is speaking, why not? If yours is teaching, why not? It is the passion behind the thing that will make us get there. And so you don't say that the government has not brought my single spine salary, so I'm not going to the classroom. You don't say that. You don't say that. Listen, because you are molding the lives of future leaders, what is the point? Yours is to see your students become some people in the future, and that is your pride. At the end of the day, having taught me, would you be happy to see me begging on the street? No, you wouldn't be. All right? And so what is our calling? What is our calling? Let us get to know that. And so there is no point trying to say that Africa, we are backward. No, 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 no. Please eradicate that notion. From henceforth, wherever you find yourself, do whatever you are doing with diligence. Do whatever you are doing with commitment. Do whatever you are doing with that kind of thing that you want to see Ghana at the top. Thank you.
In your submission, you talked about being passionate. You said that one of the ways that we can ensure that we have complete freedom is that we should be passionate about what we're doing. You gave the examples of teachers and everyone else. My question is being passionate enough? What about systems and structures?
Right, thank you very much. To every action, whether good or bad, the intent for which it is done shows the results. Okay, and so the systems also will check that people do what is expected of them to do. But if you have the passion, you wouldn't wait for someone to come and tell you that, go do this before you do that. And so passion is penultimate.
My question is, you talked about the idea of a completely free Ghana. And Ghana is made up of individuals, people. So by extension, you're talking about a free Ghanaian as an individual. So what to you are the characteristics that would define a free Ghanaian?
Very well, thank you very much. We can't have a human being who is free in totality, okay? But at least there are certain things that one must be able to assess as an individual. For instance, I believe strongly that it's because I will need you, that's why you are there. And it's also because you need me, that's why I'm there. But there are some basic things that we should have on our own as individuals. For instance, every Ghanaian should have access to potable water. That one everyone must have. As we do have access to them, but some don't, okay? Some too don't have access to electricity. There are some basic human necessities that everyone must have, and based on that standard, we can say that every Ghanaian is free, completely free. Our forefathers won independence for us. They did not get that on a silver platter, not at all. They had to toil, some to the extent that they had to do that with their blood. And today, we are partakers of the glory. Hallelujah. But let's not forget, political independence is not the end of the game. There is an effort that we have to play. Those days, they had to struggle for political independence to the extent that some had to sacrifice their own blood. But today, ours is economic independence. But what was the motive behind that struggle, that spirit of commitment and dedication? We need that so very badly. We need that. Oh yes. As youths of Ghana, we have to be very dedicated in all fields of endeavors. our dedication and commitment to this nation will change something. Oh yes. Speak. Please do. Speak. If yours is speaking, why not? If yours is teaching, why not? It is the passion behind the thing that will make us get there. And so you don't say that the government has not brought my single spine salary, so I'm not going to the classroom. You don't say that. You don't say that. Listen, because you are molding the lives of future leaders. What is the point? Yours is to see your students become some people in the future, and that is your pride. At the end of the day, having taught me, would you be happy to see me begging on the street? No, you wouldn't be. All right? And so what is our calling? What is our calling? Let us get to know that. And so there is no point trying to say that Africa, we are backward. No, 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 no. Please eradicate that notion. From henceforth, wherever you find yourself, do whatever you are doing with diligence. Do whatever you are doing with commitment. Do whatever you are doing with that kind of thing that you want to see Ghana at the top. Thank you.
Afternoon to you all. Okay, so before I start on my topic, being young is overrated, I'd like to define, first of all, what being young, the word young is. According to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, young refers to the state of being a youth. Now, let's say I put on a television. Chances are I'll see a commercial of, say, a product for fashion or for keeping me young or keeping my skin looking beautiful or glowing. These days, more women or a lot of people are more interested in keeping themselves young. And you ask yourself why. Being a youth, that's when our hormones are working. That's when they function more. And as a result, we tend to develop physically and emotionally, mentally, and psychologically. It's at this stage that we make decisions that affect us, whether they seem to be major or minor. The state of being a youth affects us a lot in that at this stage, we don't have responsibilities, we are in school, our parents are taking care of us, so we are more or less free. We're entitled to everything, virtually everything we want. We can travel, we can do whatever we want to do without having anyone preventing us from doing whatever you're doing, whatever we want to do, except maybe our parents. So at this stage, the decisions we make tend to affect us, sometimes even more than we think. And the decisions we make at this stage are more or less permanent. They have permanent consequences on our lives. People prioritize the stage of being young because sometimes when you fail or make a mistake at this stage, these mistakes are more or less irreversible. Let's say I go for a party. My parents tell me not to go. And I run away from the house and I go. And somehow end up having sex with someone and I get pregnant. There's nothing I can do about that unless maybe say I decide to have an abortion, and that might have grow consequences on my life. So I'll be saddled with a child for like the rest of my life, something I didn't even plan to do, something that will hinder my chances of maybe continuing school. But what people fail to realize is that at this stage, even if you do make a mistake, you can still change things, you can still turn things around. One of the speakers earlier on spoke about Kenneth Cole, the man who founded KFC. At age 65, he thought he had failed, he thought he was nothing, he thought he was worthless. And that was even when he was way past his youth. But then he went on to achieve his dreams. He founded KFC, the KFC chicken we all enjoy today. Maybe the state of being a youth is overrated. In a lot of ways it is. But the fact that we make mistakes then, at that age, doesn't mean we can't change things. Doesn't mean we don't have a chance to turn things around. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. We'll take your questions from our judges and then we'll move on.
All right. Well done, Gloria. My question to you, if you were asked to argue on the opposite of your topic, that is, being young is underrated, what would you say? I will repeat the question. If you were asked to argue on the opposite of your topic, that is, being young is underrated, what would you say?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I think I'll say that at this age, this is when we don't have responsibilities, and this is where we can have the chance to explore, socialize, and interact with other people, travel the world, do whatever we want to do. And most youth, or most people our age, don't seem to realize this. Yeah, most of them take to learning, academic work, but they fail to realize that this is actually a time most of them will get to socialize, because as they grow up, they'll be tied to jobs, businesses, schooling, taking care of kids, spouses, all of that. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. Now, many people think that the world is a very big place. I mean, 75% of the world is covered in water. So indeed, it is a big place. But then no, I think it's a smaller place, and it's even getting smaller through the use of technological devices such as the laptop, the phone, and even this microphone I'm using. It's also getting smaller because of the networks we have. I mean, for example, I know Elijah, I know Danielle, I know Shantayana, I know my August judges because of this opportunity that has been given me by the Young Debaters Club. Graham Bell, he realized the need that people would actually walk long distances in order to deliver a 3-word message, which I believe is not convenient for all of you. So then he said, no, this cannot go on anymore. So then he used the human mentality that you and I had, that you had, to create something, the telephone. And now we are enjoying the benefits of this technological device. Martin Cooper in 1973 also realized that the telephone was not enough, but then it needed to be moved with us so that we could make more connections in order to make the world a smaller place. So then he invented the mobile phone so that you could move along with the mobile phone. And then the laptop. Through the laptop, we have come to know the use of many applications such as email, to be able to connect with people from all walks of life and to know the world issues. How can this be applied in our daily lives? We need to discover a problem. We need to be aware of a problem in our daily surroundings. And then we think about it. We figure it out. What can I do to be able to solve this problem? We begin to make plans towards this. We begin to make that bold step in making this realization become possible for all of us. And not only that, but in also making sure that this problem that we are solving is actually satisfying the needs of this generation, also the current generations. So I'm leaving you with this simple message. You have the power. You have the power. In creating that awareness of that need and solving it, not only for our generation, but for our future generations, the world will become a much, much more smaller place. Indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. That was a prayer from everybody else on why the world is a smaller place these days. All right. Cheers and applause may come from the schools, but the final decision is with the judges. That saith the Lord. So let's go to the judges for their question.
Hello, Akia. Thank you for that brilliant speech. I just want to pick your thoughts on what you think Ghana can, stand to benefit from in terms of innovation to advance education here. And I'm going to repeat that. So how can Ghana or Africa take advantage of the current innovation that we have within the global village, as in the world being a small place, to advance education?
Thank you very much for your question. Okay, I believe that through the innovations of other people outside Africa, we could come up with more smarter innovations that will help to solve those problems that they've already created devices to, but then creating more devices that will help to solve the problems more of other people and make Africa a better place. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. Okay, so before I start on my topic, being young is overrated, I'd like to define, first of all, what being young, the word young is. According to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary, young refers to the state of being a youth. Now, let's say I put on a television. Chances are I'll see a commercial of, say, a product for fashion or for keeping me young or keeping my skin looking beautiful or glowing. These days, more women or a lot of people are more interested in keeping themselves young. And you ask yourself why. Being a youth, that's when our hormones are working. That's when they function more. And as a result, we tend to develop physically and emotionally, mentally, and psychologically. It's at this stage that we make decisions that affect us, whether they seem to be major or minor. The state of being a youth affects us a lot in that at this stage, we don't have responsibilities, we are in school, our parents are taking care of us, so we are more or less free. We're entitled to everything, virtually everything we want. We can travel, we can do whatever we want to do without having anyone preventing us from doing whatever you're doing, whatever we want to do, except maybe our parents. So at this stage, the decisions we make tend to affect us, sometimes even more than we think. And the decisions we make at this stage are more or less permanent. They have permanent consequences on our lives. People prioritize the stage of being young because sometimes when you fail or make a mistake at this stage, these mistakes are more or less irreversible. Let's say I go for a party. My parents tell me not to go. And I run away from the house and I go. And somehow end up having sex with someone and I get pregnant. There's nothing I can do about that unless maybe say I decide to have an abortion, and that might have grow consequences on my life. So I'll be saddled with a child for like the rest of my life, something I didn't even plan to do, something that will hinder my chances of maybe continuing school. But what people fail to realize is that at this stage, even if you do make a mistake, you can still change things. You can still turn things around. One of the speakers earlier on spoke about Kenneth Cole, the man who founded KFC. At age 65, he thought he had failed. He thought he was nothing. He thought he was worthless. And that was even when he was way past his youth. But then he went on to achieve his dreams. He founded KFC, the KFC chicken we all enjoy today. Maybe the state of being a youth is overrated. In a lot of ways it is. But the fact that we make mistakes then, at that age, doesn't mean we can't change things. Doesn't mean we don't have a chance to turn things around. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. We'll take your questions from our judges and then we'll move on.
All right. Well done, Gloria. My question to you, if you were asked to argue on the opposite of your topic, that is, being young is underrated, what would you say? I will repeat the question. If you were asked to argue on the opposite of your topic, that is, being young is underrated, what would you say?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I think I'll say that at this age, this is when we are we don't have responsibilities, and this is where we can have the chance to explore, socialize, and interact with other people, travel the world, do whatever we want to do. And most youth, or most people our age, don't seem to realize this. Yeah, most of them take to learning, academic work, but they fail to realize that this is actually a time most of them will get to socialize, because as they grow up, they'll be tied to jobs, businesses, schooling, taking care of kids, spouses, all of that. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. Now, many people think that the world is a very big place. I mean, 75% of the world is covered in water. So indeed, it is a big place. But then no, I think it's a smaller place, and it's even getting smaller through the use of technological devices such as the laptop, the phone, and even this microphone I'm using. It's also getting smaller because of the networks we have. I mean, for example, I know Elijah, I know Danielle, I know Shantayana, I know my August judges because of this opportunity that has been given me by the Young Debaters Club. Graham Bell, he realized the need that people would actually walk long distances in order to deliver a 3-word message, which I believe is not convenient for all of you.
None of you can deny that what I'm saying is the truth. You know it's the truth. But either you won't write it, or you're too cowardly to speak it, because you want some favor here or favor there. So because you can't talk, you are muzzled. I'm not. I'm a free black man. And I didn't come here looking for a handout. And I really don't think you need one. Your problem is that you think you need a handout. Everything you need is right under your foot, but you're looking everywhere else for help instead of to yourself and what you can produce for yourself. This is Africa's dilemma. You are parading yourself before the world as international beggars when you gave civilization to the world. Your problem is not America. Your problem is not Israel. Your problem is not Britain. Your problem is your disunity and your dependence on others to do for you what you could do for yourself. So I don't have to come back here anymore to help you. The help is already here. The knowledge is already here. The land is here. The sun is here. The water is here. The minerals are here. You have some of the finest minds in the world, but they're in Europe and they're in America making money while Africa suffers. Why don't we create politically stable environment and call the children of Africa back home to help build Africa? We are your children. And we will come and help. But don't expect us to come with billions of dollars when we don't have it. We're struggling in America. But you got it all right here under your foot. And you should be ashamed not to look to yourself, begging white folk to give you what you could give yourself. What I said today, which one of these countries is going to give you $20 million? America's not going to give you $20 million. You got it right here, but your disunity won't allow you to pool it. It's your fault, and you got to accept that responsibility. That is why my message is atonement, reconciliation, and responsibility. We got to stop blaming everything on somebody else and see what is our responsibility here.
Since we met you people 500 years ago, look at us. We've given everything. You are still taking. It's true. I mean, where will the whole Western world be without Africa? Our cocoa, our timber, our gold, our diamonds, our platinum, our whatever. Everything you are is us. I am not saying it, it's a fact. And in return for all of this, what have we got? Nothing. Anti-personnel indoctrination against ourselves. If you go and cook your horrible diseases like AIDS, you say it is us. You brought us tuberculosis. We didn't have this big cough until white people came here. In exchange for Africa giving Europe 500 solid years of our people, I mean not Europe, the Western world, of our human beings to work your canes, to dig your gold, to take in gold itself, diamond, I mean, you know, fish, peanuts, palm oil, everything. In exchange for that, we have got nothing. Nothing. And you know it. Nothing. And you look upon, you know, white folks look upon us like monkeys. It is true. It's in your literature. Hey, you know, some of your best thinkers have said this about us. Have you heard of all these Germans? Have you heard? Okay. Yes. They said, Lord Burton, yes. People like that, they said, we don't even have the brain of animals. That's what we've got from you people.
But don't you think that this is over now?
Over where? Is it over? Who said that 8 came from the green monkey? Is it over? Is it over?
Well, if this is your impression, do you think that you can ever forgive us?
It's not a...
Hello? Can you hear me?
Two.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. This is the 2023 grand finale for the Young Debaters. My name is Caleb. I hope you had a good time during the lunch break. Okay. So I'm sure from the beginning, we're all thinking and we're all rooting for our favorite school. But by now, if you dispassionately look through things, I'm sure in your mind, you have changed your mind. Have you changed your mind? No, the speakers, usually by this time, if you came with a lot of confidence, after listening to one or two people, then you are praying to God for unmerited favor. Because sometimes, no, it's not by might, hallelujah. It's not by power. No, but this one is by the judges. We have a veteran broadcaster, Grandmaster Gordon Avenogbo. He's here. Many of you are very young. When he was holding this country down, your father was still looking for your mother. But it's a great pleasure to have him here. He loves young people. He loves to spend time with young people and mentor them and encourage them. And he's had very important assignments, but he decided to spend time with us here. So we want to yield the platform to him to share with us some nuggets of wisdom. And then I can tell you who is winning today, who will be going to the UK tomorrow, and then who will be going back to the school tomorrow. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome Mr. Gordon Avenogbo.
I don't deserve all that honor, Caleb. Come on. It's not deception because I don't look like that gentleman there, do I? Do I look like that gentleman? I don't. I've kept this to prove to everyone who meets me that I'm a very old man. And I'm serious about it. In 3 months, in 3 days, I'll be 77. And I used to shave like this. This was just two years ago. And people said, you look so young, so I decided to look old. There's no harm in looking old. Getting old is bad, but growing old is good. You know the difference? If lifestyle changes into getting old, then it's negative. That's when you get a 40-year-old man looking like a 65-year-old man. Because everyone who is born must grow. So when you grow, it's natural and it's positive, right? I didn't intend to speak to you today, but I've listened to the debate and I put on a few notes. As a public speaker myself, I'm very conscious about a few details, so I'll share that with you. One is introducing yourself. Never ever say, my name is in public speaking. It's an offense, it's a crime. You know why you don't say my name is? I was teaching in the late 60s. We teach growing up children, young ones, sentence construction. When you are asked, what's your name? We insist to say, my name is, a sentence must start and end. But in adulthood, what's your name? I am Jones Mensah, not my name is. I'll explain why you have to do so. I've heard people say, my name is Professor Jones Mensah. My name is Mrs. Agri, so. The title Mrs. is not your name. Professor is not your name. Doctor is not your name. Mr. is not your name. Miss is not your name. So my name is Miss so. It's wrong. But you can say, I am Miss Sophia so. Do you understand what I'm saying? So never ever say, my name is. Even Jesus in the Bible said, I am what I am. I am that I am. I am that I am, he said. No, my name is Jesus. You got that clear? So we'll move on. Number two, I'll be very brief. I'm concerned about mannerisms. And most public speakers engage in mannerism a lot. It's a distraction. Some of the examples are, you ask a question and, okay gives you space to think. But you must be able to think and be alert on your feet. Okay is a mannerism. What are you okay? All right. I think these are all mannerisms. Please try to avoid these as public speakers. You are being groomed to become future leaders. Number three is destructive movement. It was dealt with earlier by Auntie Kate. When you're speaking to an audience, you need to have a roving eye. You're speaking to people who are listening to you. How are they receiving your message? You must look into their eyes, facial expressions, and then you can gauge yourself. But when you do this, I'm Kofi Mensah. When I came to Kokrobite the last time, I spoke about Gary Photo and so. You never turn your back and your side to people you are speaking to. It's not respectful. So stand and speak, have a roving eye. I'm not saying don't move. You need blood flow, some energy to drive your system. So you can do this and that, but not this walking distance. You're not acting. You're not on the, you're not doing beauty pageant. So the movement is not good enough. And in hand gestures, never ever do a hand gesture that covers your face. It should be at this level. Not this, not this, not that. I've seen people on television say, and you told me that you said this and that. It is rude. There's a television director here with us, so he's carrying this away from there. It's not good enough. It doesn't look fine. And as young people, I want you to get it now. Hand gestures are good. They are expressions without words. They add to the beauty of your details, but never disruptive. Then I said I'll be brief. Then number 4, I've heard this word in your presentation, culture, cultural, multicultural. Please, it's a no, no, no. The word is culture, cultural. multicultural. I was briefing, I'm a trainer in broadcasting, my class, and they were my staff. And once told me, but that's how we speak in London. I said, but I went to school in London. That is street English. We don't use that in broadcasting. So the word is cultural. Everybody clapped. They got it. They never repeated that. So cultural, culture, cultural, multicultural. Everybody say that. Culture, You are A students. Clap for yourselves. Number 5. Sound. I'm talking to you. I'm speaking to you. I'm not talking at you. Neither am I speaking at you. I'll tell you the difference. What do you mean by Kofi Mensah is not of age? I'm talking at you. It's rude. So that's how we use something we call public address system, PA system, which is this. The purpose of public address system is this. It is designed to carry and magnify your voice to reach a wider audience. So you apply this rule. You are engaged in an MFSB communication. That means you are engaged in a mother, father, sister, brother communication. The way you speak to your family at home in the living room, it's the same way you speak when you're addressing the public. You don't shout at them. Did you get that? It is engineered there to magnify your voice to reach a wider audience. At Accra Sports Stadium, Kumasi Sports Stadium, at the conference center, or in an enclosed area like a very small area like this. That's why we say apply the MFSB practice system. Which number have I reached? 5. Number 6. Now, clap your hands, everybody. Good. You have not benefited spiritually from hand clapping. Not have you benefited physically from your hand clapping. Hand clapping is massage. And I'll show you how. And there is a story of your feet. If you're clapping your hands, this is a way to clap. When you do that, you feel a certain warmth. You're enjoying circulation, not circulation. Not this. You're just making noise. Yeah, seriously. Actually, my head is bad. I look 77. So I practice these things on a daily basis. And the best way to practice it without being conscious of it is the gathering like this. When teachers do, somebody's talent will give it to another. That talent was already clapping, so your talent. I'm taking it with you. Which is your hand. So use it and use it effectively. The next is, I think that's all. Should I go on? Should I go on? Yeah. The next is, you are not looking at the ones who are talking to us. You look at us, look at the judges, then you read your presentation. You saw the director of PR, she dealt with this movement in the last 12 hours. And the majority were speaking like Ghanaian politicians. You know, they're forcing issues and so on. In the debate, you have to be convincing. They did it on the video, you saw it. Did you shout at anybody there? An international conference of that nature. Brilliant presentation. And his hand gestures too. I didn't do this, you know. I did this. I didn't do this. I will do this. And on television, they do it and they cover their faces. So they distract the camera from their faces. On that note, let me say thank you to Auntie Eugenia for inviting me. At the speaking engagement this morning, Ron is taking place away from the crowd.
That is because, as Caleb said, I love Ghana. I'm a trained teacher by my friend, and I just got into media by accident to be honest with you.
That became my mainstream. That's why I shifted quickly after 32 years of media and 5 years of teaching into consultancy, which is paying very well. Don't say this anywhere. Don't say this anywhere. Will you say it somewhere? You promise? Caleb, remind them whenever you speak. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to be with you. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Grandmaster, thank you so much. It's always a privilege to have you around. Okay. You want to know who has won, right? At this point, really want to know who has won. Speakers, who's winning? Okay. So I want to invite a very good friend from the British High Commission, Pamela Basa is here. Please put your hands together for her. In a few minutes, she'll share some words with us, and then I'll tell you who's winning, please. Everybody, please. You're welcome. Good to have you.
Hello. Good. Oh, is it afternoon? Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Yeah, you sound like you just had lunch. How are you? One more time. How are you? That's better. Thank you. So it's funny. I was actually going to say my name is, but he said I shouldn't say that. So I'll talk about who I am really briefly. So I am Pamela Basa. I head up the Strategic Partnerships and Diaspora Relations team at the British High Commission. So what that means is my role covers two areas: diaspora relations, where we support the diaspora in their contribution to the socio-economic development of Ghana, and then strategic partnerships. So building a bridge between the Ghana and the UK through brands, culture, music, and one of those areas is education. And that's what qualifies me, if I can say that, to come and speak to you guys today. Now, I started this about 5 months ago, and this is my third speaking engagement. And I realized that we have to do a lot of public speaking. I actually hate public speaking. I nearly did not apply for the job because of it, but it's a necessary evil. But with this role in particular, another thing that I realized is we're also asked to do guest speaking quite a bit as well. And it made me think and ask, what is so important about public speaking for diplomacy and for nations interacting with each other? Now, as a representative of the British High Commission, it means that I've come to represent the UK in Ghana. And that is what diplomacy is. Ultimately, a diplomat is coming to say, I'm representing my country in a host country. With public speaking, you then have your key messages that you're trying to portray. And the question again is, why is this so important that I have to portray key messages about my country in another one? With these key messages, the purpose is to inform, to influence, and to foster understanding. So you need to understand what my country is doing, for example, why I'm here and why we should negotiate. So I might be here to do some trade deals or convince you on some military operations, for example. The interesting thing about key messages is that you have to bear in mind your target audience. And I think a lot has been spoken today about techniques. So we know we have to project. We've been told about not using big hand gestures, for example, not walking up and down, keeping eye contact. But I really wanted to hone in on content and the content of your key messages. If you are in your host country, for example, or your country of origin, you understand the culture already. You naturally know people's likes, people's dislikes, people's characteristics. But now you've come into a foreign country and you have to communicate to a foreign audience. It is really important that you understand that audience, because this is how messages get lost. And in this globalized world and social media, if your message gets lost, it could go very, very far and get very, very messy quickly. So in all that we are learning today, I really want you to grasp the fact that it's really important to know who you're speaking to. Understand their likes, their dislikes, their characteristics, what makes them tick, what gets them excited, and what will motivate them. Words are incredibly powerful, and you will see that with global movements, with wars, with protests, a lot of it has been linked to speeches by powerful people. So your Independence Day, you had your Kwame Nkrumah, we've had Nelson Mandela. There's always a link to a really powerful speech, and that is how words can impact people. So if you know this, and you know you're going to represent, let's say, Ghana in the UK, understand who it is that you are going to speak to, and then you speak to them accordingly. That is how that your key messages come through. Okay? So that was the main message I wanted to give today. I wish you all the best. Whoever's going to go to the UK, come holler at me afterwards. But I'm really proud. Public speaking is not easy at all. There are a lot of people that are petrified of it. They would rather eat sand than do public speaking. So for the fact that you're here today doing this and competing is amazing. You should be proud of yourself. And just to say that public speaking does not increase or get better with age. It gets better with practice. So continue to practice, continue to learn from people, continue to hone in on your content, and you'll be fantastic and you will create impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. So let me let you know that we have a friend from AFX, Cyril, ASSEM. Please just welcome him. He's not speaking. I'm just introducing him to you. Thank you. Cyril Assem, AFX. And then we have Dr. Emma Oliveira. Yes, British Society in Ghana. I got that right? Super. Please, we're appreciating you. Give us a wave. Let's see you. Thank you. Okay. So now I have the list of the winners. No, the winner. The winner. But then what I want to do now is to invite Mr. Godwin, Grandmaster again. He'll be presenting. Each one of you will get something to go home with. That you can be rest assured. So speaker number one, please join me here. Give her a round of applause. Speaker number one, Mr. Godwin will present some novels to you. Congratulations. Paparazzi, any direction? Yeah. Speaker number two will get ready. Congratulations, speaker number one. Well done. Okay, paparazzi. Brilliant. Thank you. Speaker number two, kindly join us. Please welcome him. He's done so well. Congratulations. Good job. Grandmaster Godwin. I told you. Speaker number three. Please, are you clapping the way you were taught? Or you are making noise? Oh man, I didn't know how to clap all along. All right, there's a way to shake hands as well. All right. All right. Speaker number four. Thank you. Oh my God. Speaker number five, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. And then we have speaker number six. Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful. Shall we have one of our judges, Michael Otieje, to join us? We have some certificates for our speakers as well. So let me welcome speaker number one. Thank you for clapping. The certificate, you know, it was looking, it needed IMF bailout. Thank you, speaker number one. Speaker number two. Thank you. Brilliant. Awesome. Great job. Well done. Great. Speaker number 3, please. I love you. I love how you are clapping. It's good. Very soon, people will clap for you. So I thought you will continue. Thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4. I'm not sure I was as tall as you when I was younger. Nice. Speaker number 5. Great. And then we have speaker number 6. Thank you so much, Michael. Yes, Michael Otieje will later give us judges' remarks, but then I want to tell you who won, who came after the one. Okay, so, I've been doing spelling bee, so I don't say who won. I said who won. So after I tell you who won, I'll tell you who 2 and who 3. Please clap for me. So, guys, who won this one? Was it speaker number 1? Speaker number 2? Speaker number 3? Speaker number 4? Speaker number 5? Speaker number 6? If you believe you are the winner, just get up and let me see something. I was serious. If you got up, I would have given you the thing. So, second runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, Fatia. Second runner-up. First runner-up, have mercy on me. Put your hands together for Mercy. She's second runner-up. And the winner is... Guys, how's your heart doing? Are you doing okay? Okay, we have 2 ladies now. Who will join us? Is it a lady? Is there another lady? Let me go for a commercial break. Please go back. Go and sit down. Please clap for them. They've done very well. Michael Otieje is our judge. And so he will give us an overview of how the judgment day went. So we see those who were beneficiaries of rapture and those who will be staying. So you will get to know why you stayed and why the others were raptured. So Michael Otieje, ladies and gentlemen, he's the general manager, media general. You understand?
Thank you very, very much, Caleb. It's a great pleasure to be here. I think when I came in earlier, one of the first people I bumped into was Godwin Avenobo, and I told him how growing up he was one of the biggest inspirations for us. So we are lucky to be in the midst of greatness. Thank you, Godwin. And I think basically the key thing that all the judges, myself included, picked up, the judges, by the way, Angela, Brianna Champon, Roma, and Adam, thank you all, was that there was generally a sense of good engagement on the topics that every speaker picked. I am hugely impressed that people of your ages are able to stand up in front of crowds and be able to speak this way. It's a very, very difficult skill. And I think that one of the last few speakers said, public speaking does not get easier with age. It gets easier with practice. So I hope that as the years go by, you would hone your skills even further, become even better at what you do. From observation, though, there are a few things that you need to do. Become a bit more engaged in the topics that you choose, so that once you speak of the prepared text, you understand the context around it better, and it makes your engagement with questions much, much better, because then your understanding of it is broader. And this is not something you need just in a debate contest like this. Is something that you will require as time goes on, whether in work, whether in the classroom, among others. So, well done. I don't want to talk for too long, but generally all of you, very, very good at what you do. Do a lot more reading. Consider this the first step in public speaking, but also the first step in learning to basically engage with people as much as possible and be proud of yourself. You've done an awesome job today, so well done once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was brief, Michael. Thank you. And from experience, I can assure you that all that he said, none of them heard anything. None of them heard anything. Because at this point, you want to know whether you are going to the UK or you are going back to Kotobabi. You understand me? Please, first and second runner-up, kindly join me up here. But if you believe you are the winner, you can join them and come. I'm serious. Like, if you believe you are the winner, you can join them. Oh, guys, they don't have faith. They ain't got faith. They ain't got faith. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the year 2023, TYD, is Mackenzie. Congratulations, Mackenzie. Whoa. Congratulations, Mackenzie. Oh, man. Congratulations to you. So, okay, somebody is blowing you a kiss, you see? No, he has tears in his eyes. Hey, no be small pressure. You want to cry. It's not easy. Brian, please join us. Let's do some presentations. I love this. Oh, is this Chemu Senior High School? Make some noise for Chemu Senior High School. I can't hear you again. Make some noise. Yeah, okay. It's all fun. It's all good. Congratulations. Brian will present these dummy checks. Great. And this will go to the first runner-up. Congratulations to you, first runner-up. Second runner-up, forgive me. Fatia Fatankruma. Amazing. Congratulations. So let's, please come here. Come. Charlie, we have given your thing to the other person. Please, let's do this. Let's correct this, yeah? Forgive me. Mackenzie's tears got to me, you know. Congratulations to you. Yeah, well done. Thank you so much, Cyril. Please join us. For second runner-up, we'll do the presentation as well. This is coming from Cyril. If you have the brochure, you get to know the packages they are entitled to. You may look at that. Congratulations to you, Fatia. Well done. God bless you. We're proud of you. Keep on keeping on. Get better at what you do. Okay. So now, Dr. Oliveira is here. She will join us, help us present the ultimate. Okay. So Dr. Oliveira will help us present these lovely plaques to debaters. Please, you owe me because my year we didn't get this. We'll come for our own. So first runner-up, please join us. Messi. Yes. Congratulations, Messi. Yeah. Fatia is next. Congratulations to you. Congratulations, well done. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And now, winner. You know, walk like a winner, I see. Walk like a winner, you see. We'll call on the country director of the Young Educators Foundation. She will be presenting the Did I tell you that, you see, when I went to the UK, I won a trophy. My father has confiscated it. It is in his house. Meanwhile, in my house, I don't have my own trophy. Congratulations, Mackenzie! Well done. 2023 Young Debaters Champion. He's representing Ghana in the UK, where he will be speaking. He wins for himself. Oh, keep clapping, man. It's not easy to be a champion. Oh, lift it. Pose. This time he can show his teeth, I believe. Yeah, congratulations. Well done. Great. Pamela is here. Yeah, she's from the British High Commission, so he will give you your ticket to the UK, okay? Yeah. Please put your hands together, show Pamela some love. Amazing. Great.
Lift me up.
Thank you.
Hold me down.
Thank you very much. Oh, there's a surprise gift for you, my brother.
I am very impressed. The next time I'll prepare better before I come here. I'm the communications director of Melcom Group of Companies. Are you aware of that? I want to leave a bit of my company here with you. I should have prepared better for this to surprise this gentleman. So what do? I'll give you some vouchers to go and shop at Melcom free of charge. I haven't prepared well, so this is 200 cedis for shopping voucher for you. Any Melcom shop will accept it. You are not alone. The first runner-up, please come. Give me a handshake. Please. Congratulations. First runner-up. I'm talking from 1, 2, and 3. So this is 100 cedis worth of shopping voucher. Normally, the difference between the second and third is not too much. You have 100 cedis worth of shopping voucher too. Please come for it. You have the best price because yours is in 20 cedi notes. So you can choose to buy 20 at a time. Congratulations once again. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. So, please. We'll take some photos. You know, from today, you're a star. Oh, man. You know, the day after I won, oh, man. Those days, I was not on Facebook, like my inbox would have been flooded. Yeah. Please put your hands together. Let's celebrate. What a day, man. Amazing. I can tell you, by the time you get home, your house is flooded. All the strangers and your former friends will be there. Yeah, congratulations to you. Oh, Chemu Senior High School. Like Chemu Senior High School. Chemu Senior High School. I'm sorry? Okay, the pride of Tema. The pride of you see, failure is an orphan. Dr. Oliveira is now telling me she's also from Tema. No, it's not like she's close to the Chemu school. She's from the whole Tema. Please, Chemu, is it community 2 or 5? Please, which community are you? 12 and 4 is too far. It's too far. It's too far. Congratulations, Chemu Senior High School. And well done, Accra High. Great job, Accra girls. Thank you all for coming. Akosombo International, great job. Great job. You've done well. Congratulations to you. Congratulations, parents and everyone. Yes, we're going to take photos. We want to take photos with our judges, please. Judges, kindly join us. Thereafter, some of you, all of you are distinguished guests. You join us. Parents, thank you. Teachers, thank you. Thank you so much. The reason why I'm saying a lot of thank you so much is that I'm going to run away to go and do speaking to City News. Back to the office. But thank you also very much. You look amazing. So is this Cristiano Ronaldo or is Messi? Messi Mbappe. Oh my word. Okay, smile everybody. Like Mackenzie. No, Mackenzie is the winner, people. Chemu Senior High School is the winner. No, is this the second time you are winning? Oh, that. So is this the second time you are winning? By the way, that's the first champion from Chemu Senior High School. Please join us for the photos as well. Jude. Yeah. Kwejiri Agri. Yeah. Yes. Solid. Thank you very much. Fantastic. We want judges. Yes. Thank you. Oh, what a day. Mackenzie will sleep tonight. I'm telling you. Okay. Our partners. Coaches from the schools, please come. Kindly join us. Please put your hands together for the coaches. Oh, please put your hands together for your coaches. God bless you so much. Please, can we reduce the music small? They can't hear me. You know, when I won the Young Debaters in 2011, my school gave me a laptop and some money, and they gave Thank you all so very much. God bless you. My name is Caleb. Yeah. Winners, please. Yeah. Mackenzie, yeah. Yeah. Mackenzie, you'll be on TV3 tonight, okay? Yeah. And you'll be on Joy News. Why hate you, Anessa? Guess better the pressure. Congratulations. Well done. God bless you. It's been an exciting day for me and an even more exciting day for Mackenzie. Congratulations. From today, this is going to be the new name on the lips of TYD, Mackenzie from Chemu. Oh, please, they say come and take picture with the former champion. Yes. Thank you all so much. God bless you. I'll see you again. Be good. Say it again. You want to take some of the pictures? Yeah, when we finish. Mackenzie is having an interview. Please wait. Please wait. God bless and keep you. I'll see you again.